Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the first game of playoffs in our semester round robin. And our first game today will be up against Zwang and Goon Squad. Now, kind of two polar opposites in terms of results, I suppose, so far. That is just the way round robins work, I suppose. So, we have Zwang coming, not Zwang, sorry. We have Mundo Club coming in undefeated. And against Timo, sorry. I think I've got the wrong graphics here because I prepared for the second game, but I think this is. Yeah, unfortunate. Let me quickly edit this. So we have Timo,
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Mundo Club. Alright, here we go. Now we're sorted. So we have Mundo Club against Timo. Now Mundo Club are coming into this undefeated, I believe, and Timo's still looking for the first win. So you would have to say Mundo Club are heavy favorites for this game. And, especially if you look at ranks as well, but you never know. Timo might be able to put something up their sleeve, maybe have something unexpected for Mundo Club. And yeah, we only have the highest production value here. So far bans looks like fairly target bans. Fiora, Mundo, and Morgana banned out first, with Seraphine as well an overall really high power pick. And we actually have Leona banned out as well. Quite a strong solo queue type engage style support, right? Not really like the Alistar and Rel we've been seeing in competitive meta, but a very similar champion in that style. And Jinx banned out as well. Really strong power meta ADC right now. And first pick coming in for Mundo is going to be the Lulu. Now, Lulu did receive some buffs this patch as well with the Shirelias, so very strong power pick taken away first. And it looks like Timo is going to respond with the Shen Shen. Also, Ult did get buffed this patch. So we'll see what kind of comp Timo are looking for. Maybe they are picking for comfort as well. Akali second picked as well. So it's interesting that they picked Akali this early in the draft. That does leave her susceptible to a potential counter pick, but on the other hand, maybe both sides are prioritizing the Akali, and that's why they picked it so early. And we're going to see Lubu picking the Nocturne as well. So far, a very meta style comp from Mundo Club. Really scary comp so far. We got the Nocturne Galio potentially coming in. That's a really strong combo there. Nocturne, a really strong jungler this patch. It's likely that we're going to see a lot of Nocturne Lilia, especially at MSI. And even Lulu coming up. So, very scary draft so far from Mundo Club. We're going to have the Caitlyn come in. Maybe more of a comfort pick there. You don't really see Caitlyn that much in the meta right now. She is kind of outshadowed by, the ADCs like Jinx, Kai'Sa, Tristana. Those sort of much more all-in style ADCs rather than front-to-back style. Obviously disregarding the Jinx there, but Jinx, I think just number-wise is too busted right now, which is why she's so strong. And now the Singed is going to get banned away. That's interesting. Definitely not a meta champion there, so I would assume a Pessimist must play a lot of Singed. Direct target ban there. Aiming for comfort. Obviously in these sort of Rumble style games, there's going to be a lot more comfort bans targeted. And the Elise banned out. That does make sense as Mundo Club. As Mundo Club, you're coming in as the undefeated team. Elise is a very high variant style jungler. She can cause a lot of chaos in the early game. A lot of potential dives, right, by the Elise. And they just want to eliminate the chance that Timo can snowball out of control. And finally, Kai'Sa banned out. That is a really good ban from Timo. Kai'Sa would really fit the composition of Mundo Club. A really dive style ADC, right? So a very dive centric comp. And they do take it away from Mundo Club there. And it would have been very scary to have a Galio Nocturne and a Kai'Sa just diving in after the cooldowns are burnt onto the Nocturne and Galio. Udyr banned out as well. A meta style champion that's burned out. Interestingly, Udyr was indirectly nerfed this patch quite a bit from the chem tank changes. So it's interesting that they banned out Udyr still. Udyr is still probably quite a strong champion anyway, because either way, his clear wasn't really affected by the bans, right? Like by the nerf to chem tank. It was more like a luxury ban, right? Like 60% to 40%. Quite a big nerf anyway. And Jin's gonna be taken away now. Interesting, can provide some long range follow up to the Galio Nocturne. And we're gonna have the Scion maybe locked in last. So Mundo Club are lacking slightly in AP, and never mind, not with the Teemo. No, the Teemo just hovered. And yeah, so Scion is gonna be locked in. So Mundo Club are slightly lacking AP, but Galio does provide it. Lulu provides a little bit, but they're slightly AD heavy, which could potentially be scary. But that being said, there isn't that many champions that can capitalize on that from Teemo, right? The Shen is against Sion in the lane matchup. So it's not like, you know, he will be able to itemize MR. Like, I mean, he won't really have to itemize MR this game, but Galio provides like a little bit of it. And Mundo's going to be locked in last, which is interesting. Mundo could potentially stack quite a bit of armor here, but it's a bit awkward on Mundo because he does like to itemize that Spirit Visage, but I suppose the Galio and a little bit from Lulu incentivizes him to build Spirit Visage anyway, just because it synergizes so well with his ultimate. So let's see what Superfluous, I assume, if he's jungle, or maybe not, maybe they're just not in order. And yeah, we'll see if it's Mundo jungle, I suppose. I guess it is Mundo jungle, right? And how are these team fights gonna go? So Mundo Club has a lot of dive potential with this Galio Nocturne and Scion coming in, right? And a scary thing is, you know, what a lot of people don't think about with Nocturne ult is when he ults, you actually cannot see out of range. So when Nocturne ults, they will not be able to see where the Scion is coming from, right? They'll hear the Scion ult go off, but Teemo is not going to be able to see where this Scion coming in from. So that is potentially very scary for Teemo here. And Teemo's comp, they have a very strong bully lane with Caitlyn Lux. I do expect them to get the push on the Jin Lulu early. And they do have very high kill pressure in that lane, right? If the Lux lands a binding and they're able to chain it into the Caitlyn trap, it could be very scary for this Lulu and Jin. And both junglers, not really gank style junglers, right? Until that Nocturne hits 6, I would expect both junglers just to mainly full clear and try to fight for crabs. Now, if you're the Mundo, you probably want to dodge away from this Nocturne, right? You probably want to path away from that Nocturne for that first crab, because the Nocturne will be naturally stronger in those skirmishes. So if Have a Laugh is able to dodge out on that Nocturne clear, I think he would be very happy. And scaling wise, probably pretty similar, but I would probably favor Teemo actually. But that being said, that's only in the very late game. Mundo Club would probably come online a lot stronger with this Nocturne Galio for early dragon fights. So Mundo Club are probably going to have to snowball it. You know, they wouldn't have to snowball it that early, but they will have to look to snowball. If the game goes over 30 minutes, then it will probably slightly favor Teemo in these team fights. But I'm guessing Mundo Club are confident enough that they're gonna, you know, are confident in themselves that they're gonna snowball it through that early dragon pressure. So a very scary team comp from Mundo Club, I would say. And this Akali is gonna have a little bit of an awkward time this game, I'll be honest, because she doesn't really have the best targets. Her only target is Jin, but that Jin's gonna have a Lulu sitting on him. And like the Lulu's just gonna be able to polymorph her if she dives in, which will be very scary. So we'll see. We'll have to see if this Mundo can get farmed enough to be able to actually be a threat to this Jin and Lulu. Because that being said, they don't really have the strongest damage for this Mundo. So this Mundo could potentially carry this game if he is able to keep up in farm. And we are almost there, so just 5 seconds till we go in. And I will switch overlays now. Slightly scuffed, but we go with it. Alright, for some reason, my things have not saved properly. So I'm gonna have to edit this real quick. This is leftover from last semester, so slightly scuffed, but let me quickly edit this. So we have Timo. And alright, there we go. We'll just ignore that. Yeah, for some reason my scenes did not save properly, but hopefully that's all fixed now. And as we load into the game here. And let's take a look at these mastery points, see if there's anything coming up. Now, that is a lot of Shen mastery points for M balance, so it does make sense that Timo picked it. That's 230,000 mastery points. That is quite a lot of games, and Lubu as well in the Nocturne. Surprising that Lubu got Nocturne here. He's clearly comfortable in the champion, and he is definitely in meta right now. Probably one of the strongest champions right now, with Hecarim being gutted this patch. Nocturne, Udyr, Lilia, those styles of champions. And interestingly, with the lane Lee Sin showing up every now and then. I wonder if we're going to see a lane Lee Sin in this tournament. That'd be really fun to see. We're still loading in, unfortunately. Getting there. So, lane matchup wise, Sion and Shen, fairly even lane, I would say. Mostly going to be farming. Now, Akali vs Galio, yeah, quite a, Akali isn't going to be able to abuse the Galio that much. Tyrannosaurus also taking the aftershock there. So, very safe lane. So, the main volatile lane will be this Caitlyn Lux. See if they can abuse this Jhin and Lulu early before they start to scale. And still waiting on someone. Hopefully no one's DC'd. But yeah, as the game goes on, you definitely favor the Lulu over the Lux, but the Lux will provide so much more lane pressure. And I'm gonna wonder if this Mundo gets time to scale. Like when he starts to hit that rank 2 ult, like around level 11, he's gonna be really tanky for Mundo Club to deal with, right? They don't have the best DPS for him. Jin's not really a DPS ADC, right? He's more like a peel back and kite sort of ADC. And I think we're loading in now, but I don't know if my scene is catching properly. We have a black screen of death right now. Let me try to fix this.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
For some reason, my screen capture is not working.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh. I'm kind of bad with the whole Twitch thing, so hopefully I can fix this in a second.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, and yeah, if anyone saw the goat, uh, we won't talk about that one. um, yeah, we can kind of see, but it went to the champ select graphic, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah. All we see is darkness as well. Yeah, that's all I could see as well. I did test this just before streaming and it did work, so it's strange that it's not working. Yeah, I will pause the game and restart, but as I try to fix it.
Thirty seconds until minions spawn.
Apologies for the delay here.
Minions have spawned.
Alright. We've done it, guys. Alright, so apologies for that delay, but I have fixed it fine. I just deleted my source and added a new one, and it seems to have worked. So we are in it now. Uh, so I have rewinded it so we don't miss any action. So yeah, looks like no cheeky invades came out. And let me know if the audio is correct as well, if you can hear everything. So it looks like standard starts from both teams. And interestingly, they're gonna part the same way, so... And wow, look at that trade from M-Balance. Really nice there. Managing to drag that Q through to Sion and getting a nice quick 3 autos. Shen's a really strong champion early game actually, especially into melee matchups, if you do not respect his Q damage. And unfortunately for the Mundo here, for Haveloft, he's not going to be able to dodge out Lubu. Both junglers opting for full clear, unsurprisingly. Galio gets the shove in and gonna get a nice little ward there onto Mundo's Raptors, so they will know exactly where Haveloft is. And it looks like a Pessimist is getting the shove out onto M-Balance, despite that bad trade earlier. So it's gonna be very scary for Haveloft to contest this top crab in about 1 minute. So let's see if Haveloft decides to go after red to path down or to just give up double crab and just to farm Krugs. It could be either way. And yeah, that's true, I will do that. Now we do have Roll Order coming in, and they do get the Lux Flash out in the bot lane. So, not much action so far, pretty quiet game, and yeah, as expected, Lubu does get that top crab. And Haveloft is gonna try to dodge out and go into that bottom crab. So good pathing there by Haveloft. He realizes that he doesn't have any priority mid and top. And just champion wise as well, that he cannot really take on that Nocturne early as Mundo. So really smart, but unfortunately for him, his bot does not have priority either, and not much he can do here actually. And really good job from Mundo Club, winning all lanes basically and making life for Haveloft kind of hell in this jungle. And other than that, no solo deaths so far, but that Lux having no flash is pretty big. And oh, nice little binding there from JC, but again, into that trap combo as well, but the Lulu negates so much of that damage. And M-Balance trading into a Pessimist. But not much done there. Just farming going on the mid lane as well. But from that crab control, you can see this Nocturne has a huge CS lead on Haveloft. But not much that he could really do, I think. Just because of all the losing lanes. And that's how strong that priority is for the side of Mundo Club. Now Galio's gonna be just eating out there. And, you know, as we expect, it's been a fairly control early game so far. Both junglers not really ganking style junglers, right? That's kind of the meta right now. Kind of quiet early game, just cycle your jungle, try to fight for crabs, and that's about it. But when Lubu hits 6 on this Nocturne, we should expect some ganks to come out, and it's gonna be those first few paranoias that really dictate how much Nocturne can do in a game. And This dragon is up as well. Let's see if either team go towards it. I would expect Mundo Club to be the team that moves towards that dragon first. And ooh, nice little E landing, and that's a really nice trade by Tyrannosaurus. And notice how he waited for that W. You know, waited for Superfluous to kind of panic and get out of his shroud. That was a very nice trade there. Taunt lands, drags the Q through a Pessimist, and whenever that Shen drags that Q through, he's basically guaranteed to win a trade. And a Pessimist has rushed those Ninja Tabbies. Quite a smart buy against that Shen. And some light trading, but as you can see, there's not much this Akali can do to damage this Galio. Especially in mid lane. Now, as the game progresses and they start going towards side lanes and she gets that rank, you know, that level 9 for that cheap energy cost Q. With the Conqueror, Akali can actually get kill threat on this Galio as the game goes. But for now, in the early game, especially with the Merc Treads rush, there's really nothing she can do to this Galio. And Tyrannosaurus is just going to have better wave clear. So as we can see, like, he's just going to have permanent priority on this Akali early. Which is very scary, right, with this Nocturne. Now, as expected, Mundo Club looking for this dragon. And look at that, we already have a 2k gold lead just from lane advantages. Every lane in Mundo Club has a CS lead. And especially in this bot lane, that Caitlyn, Duke the Soup, is struggling to CS on this Caitlyn. And M-Balance getting some very nice trades in, but it is not really translating to CS so far. Although a Pessimist is going to have to be quite careful. He's going to have to respect that Shen damage, because he is getting a bit low, but he does have Teleport to potentially fix his lane. Our first dragon does go over to Mundo Club as expected. And that Cloud Drake early on is going to feel pretty nice for their comp. You know, Galio and Nocturne both kind of global ults with very long cooldown. So getting 10% off is going to feel quite nice. And Manu's going to actually flash under that Lux. Duke the Soup's going to probably block the ultimate shots, and he does. So well done to him there. And getting some nice trades back, although he's going to have to be careful. He does get binded up. And here comes the first combo. Nocturne jumping onto the Shen. M-Balance is just going to flash out though. And I think he's going to get out as well. Although the Nocturne ult wasn't actually invested there. So, flash for Galio ultimate. I think Mundo Club will be fairly happy with that. And Duke the Soup going to flash forward aggressively, proc that Guardian, but he doesn't really have the damage. And he does land the E. He is polymorphed. Really nice exhaust there by Triggered. And I think that might very well have saved the Jin's life there. That was really good exhaust, but very nice attempt by Dupe there. And you'd have to wonder if the Lux was in range to ignite. I think that Jin would have been dead there. Now, Lubu's gonna look for this Herald, but probably gives it up when he sees that Mundo in the river. Now, Have a Laugh hasn't really fallen further behind, right? He's kept it at about a 15 CS deficit from that early game, and he hasn't really fallen any further. So he'll be fairly happy with how this goes, I'm guessing. He does have that red buff. He's gonna have to be careful though, because they are all collapsing onto him. Here comes that Nocturne ultimate. Have a Laugh has to flash here, but he is just gonna get taken down by Lubu. And Lubu actually did pick up the Herald, actually. That was off screen. And Mundo Club with quite a large lead now. 2.5k. They're going to be able to cash in on plating somewhere as well. And Duke the Soup now just on the tower trying to survive there. And Tyrannosaurus does miss the E. Cute little trade there by the Akali, but not much damage. And Balance lands the taunt, breaks the Scion shield, gets the 3 autos off, but Pessimist lands a nice Q in return. this bot lane just looks really rough for the red team, for Teemo. Dupe is falling quite far behind in CS. 45 CS lead right now, and that's huge. That's basically 3 kills worth of gold. And we can see that gold lead getting ever larger, 3k. So let's see if Teemo can weather the storm here and try to scale up for later team fights. But it is looking quite rough for them, and JC's gonna get polymorphed. Jinot's gonna come in, Dupe's gonna have to block them, but I don't think he can afford to tank all of them. And he is gonna get taken down from that 4th shot there. So really nice shots there by Manu. I think he hit all 4 of them. Although he did have it easy the first 3, with Dupe trying to block for his support. And that's a kill for the bot lane. And you know, although it is only 2 kills, we can see the gold lead, and CS tells a different story. And the biggest difference is in the bot lane right now, with the CS lead. If I press X and we look at the gold here, a lot of that gold lead is just from bot lane. It is basically a 1.7k gold lead. Just on this Jhin. And this early on, it is so big. Now in the top lane, not much gonna happen here. Just gonna be a couple of tanks just slapping each other. Well, I mean, the Sion is getting through Shen slowly. They're chipping away at each other. And oh, Nocturne comes in, Taunt lands onto the Akali, and Lubu with the point blank Nocturne onto Akali probably wasn't even needed, but he does ult to be safe there and have a laugh, trying to chase down the Sion, but there just isn't enough damage, and they do get his flash however, but he's gonna turn it around with his ult possibly, but he might have been off more than he can chew. No, he does have the Galliot coming in from Tyrannosaurus, and M-Balance is gonna get taken down in a flash taunt. I believe that was a spectator bug. And they do take out that Mundo as well, and now it is suddenly 5 kills over to Mundo Club with a 5k, 6k gold lead, and dragons coming out. This is looking like a blowout so far. And plating falling soon as well. Oh, Manu is tanking tower. Gale Force is out though. And Imbalance lands a taunt. Sun is under the tower, but it just doesn't really matter. He's so tanky. And Manu flashing in, gets that Lux, executes her. Nice heal from Dupe to stay alive. Now let's see if Superfluous on the Akali can do anything here. He ults, misses the E unfortunately. Can he reach the Jhin? Yes he can. That is a big shutdown over the Akali. Superfluous, they flash over ult to Triggered, and Superfluous does get a double kill on the Akali, which is big for the side of Teemo. Nicely played there, but I don't know, it's gonna be very rough for the Akali to do too much this game. As I say, that wasn't really a structured team fight, right? That is where Akali thrives, in these sort of skirmish style fights. But let's see if Superfluous can make some magic happen in these team fights, because that's when the real challenge begins. And only a matter of time before this tower falls, you'd have to expect. This Galliot is actually just going to auto at once and it's going to go down. So now we have a 7k goal lead actually for Mundo Club. It is looking pretty rough as well, but you know, Teemo do have the scaling on their side, but at this point it might be too big, and we can see some supportal combat there. Lulu Triggered getting in the face of JC. And Sai now does have the Sunfire cape, which Shen does not, so these fights are not going to be close anymore. And A Pessimist is actually just going to kill M-Balance. And some support combat here, and it's going to be a solo kill from Triggered. And a lot of pride on the line there. They do both go down, but the moral victory goes to Triggered. And in the end as well, this Jhin does manage to kill the Akali because of it. So nicely played by Triggered, showing that, you know, supports can get their hands dirty sometimes. Now an 8k gold lead now, almost 7.5k, and Minu's just gonna open up with the Jin ult, and the Nocturne ult comes in. Can he hit the last shot? Yes, he can. Minu has been a sniper on the Jin so far this game. And that's 8k now. And look at that Galio Q, just the damage. Almost half health from Lux gone. And oh, he does hit the Scion, but the recall does go off. So now it's gonna be rough, right? It's gonna be very hard for Teemo to survive. And I think it was a Mountain Soul, I believe. I'll have a quick look. Yeah, it is a Mountain Soul. So they probably prefer that to Infernal, but still, Taunt lands on the Superfluous, but he tries ulting in, but not much you can do there. Just gets chained and destroyed. And well, this game might be beyond repair for Teemo. And Galio taunt lands and JC gets taken down as well. And all over the map, just victories for Mundo Club. Taunt lands onto a Pessimist, but he can probably eat tower shots for days. And Imbalance is trying to trade, but the Sunfire Cape advantage is too big for the Siren now. And a Pessimist can probably just A-click and win these fights. Ult goes down, Grass proc lands, and Imbalance gets taken down again.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And at this point, if you're Teemo, you probably just kind of reset your mental, try to focus on next game, because this one is looking like a blowout. So, Superfluous. They do have a very big shutdown potentially onto the Scion, but killing him is the problem. How are you going to get through that? And you can see he's just turning around. He's not scared at all because, okay, the ult is going to come down. Let's see if the Akali can do much here. Shen ult comes in. But look at him, he's barely taking any damage. And here comes the Galio from Tyrannosaurus. He does get out though. So they do force the Galio out at least. But now they're just getting flanked from all angles. Jin ult is coming in. And the Shen's gonna go down. Double kill there from Manu. And a Pessimist kicks that Akali to the grave as well. And that's just the lone Caitlyn getting caught out by that Nocturne. And at least Teemo are going down with the fight. You know, they're not lying down and accepting their death. They are trying to make plays, which is admirable, but at this point the goal lead, unfortunately for Teemo, is just too large.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
17-3 now. Mundo Club gonna be looking to end this game early, I would assume. Next dragon as well is the Soul. And just like this Scion with Mountain Soul is going to be just unkillable. And yeah, well, they are going to pick up some of these side waves. Baron is coming up soon as well, and I would assume Mundo Club can just force this Baron. And, you know, if you're Teemo, you probably just try your last hurrah here. Try to just 5v5 with this Baron. Hope somehow that it works, but the odds are definitely stacked against them. And this Lulu just has no fear. The Sun is going to ult down mid, a Pessimist. Just looking, and he is actually going to hit that Lux, and the Lux is just going to get one shot. Manu steals the kill from Pessimist there. And Mundo gets taunted up, and he's just not tanky enough because Mundo Club is so far ahead, the items are just completely snowboard. And the Nocturne just going to dive into the base and one-shots that Akali, and Oh boy, they get knocked out completely. And are we gonna see a dancing herald this game? Maybe we'll see a dancing herald. They are keeping it alive. Now Mundo Club definitely gonna be able to end it here. They're gonna knock down these towers. First tower goes down. Balance doing his best to save it. And he is actually staying alive quite long, but he does get taken down. And Herald is still alive, importantly. Can the Herald survive? Wax onto the Nexus, and yes, the Herald, we do get the Dancing Herald, and Mundo Club taking a dominant first game. Well played Yi Yi's coming out from Mundo Club, and first game goes over to them. So congrats to them, and yeah, we'll be back shortly for game 2. Apologies for the delay again, but we'll try to speed things up for next game. And yeah, we're right back into it. So, this time, Nocturne banned out by Teemo against Mundo Club here, which does make sense. And now, my champ select is not capturing, which is unfortunate.
I'll come back stronger.
Hopefully this fixes it.
Poor farm.
Okay, well.
The heart of a weakling. So I go.
Okay, there we go. So, let's see how the bans have gone out so far. This time, yeah, Nocturne is taken out. Volibear and Gangplank as well. And similar bans coming out from Mundo Club. I think the exact same bans actually. Actually, this time they ban out the Shen. And Balance is going to go towards the Darius instead. Lulu again picked up by Mundo Club. It seems like they prio this Lulu a lot. And Lulu and Lubu, sorry, not Lulu. Lulu and Lubu, that's going to be a tongue twister. So Lubu picking up Zac this time instead of the Nocturne. I suppose he was forced onto it this time, right? And have a laugh going for Nunu. Which I do like, you know, game 1 was a blowout. And, you know, you're not favorites against Mundo Club, right? You're, as if you're Teemo, you know, Mundo Club came first in the round robin and they were 7-0. And if you're Teemo, your best chance is probably to try to, you know, cheese some early ganks, right, as a Nunu. Have a very high variance game. So I do like this Nunu lock-in. Now Tyrannosaurus locking in Heimerdinger. Maybe. Potentially. That'd be interesting to see. That does seem like a quite rough matchup for the Akali, but looks like he's gonna default to the Galio again. So it did work last game, so why switch it up? Zac does, offer kind of similar entry for this Galio. Similarly to the Nocturne. Now,
More of a dog person.
Yumi banned out. Interesting. Maybe a target ban for JC. Now, what will Teemo respond with? Now, the teams are inverted for this champ select, but
eventually.
that's alright. It will be fixed for the game. Jin taken out as well, so just banning the champs that were played last game, which is, generally good. Now, what would the last ban he? So we only have bot lane left.
Now
So Alistar taken out. Alistar, very strong meta pick right now. Probably the strongest support actually, with the real nerfs. And that it could be, potentially scary for a Lulu, right? Like, one thing that can take down a Lulu is very strong all-in. If they target the Lulu herself.
You wouldn't last a day in the void.
Now Kai'Sa banned out again, so very similar to last ban phase. And again, Kai'Sa would fit Zac Galio really well, right? Being able to dive in to follow up the initial disruption caused by them. And Zac ult as well would provide so much plasma for her. But this time the Jinx is up actually, and Jinx Lulu is such a scary combination right now. Jinx with the new mythic items with Kraken Slayer into Runans, that sort of build, or PD. And with Lord Doms just being so broken as well. Jinx is such a scary ADC with her long range and AoE ability. And with a Lulu, it is incredibly scary. Now this time they're going to switch it up. I do like switching it up. They don't go for the Caitlyn. It did not work last game. They fell behind a lot in CS where the Caitlyn is meant to be kind of strong in lane. So they're going to switch it up and go for Senna. And I wonder if they're going to do fasting Senna. If we're going to see the support pick up CS. Now Morgana's going to be picked. I do like the Morgana here because it is going to make life very hard for the Zac and Galio this game. But one scary thing is this Jinx could probably outrange this Morgana in support, which would be quite scary. And Teemo's going to be hovered for a pessimist. I wonder. No, Malphite's going to be picked instead. So, and that's going to be locked in. So, I was holding my breath a little bit there. And so, Teemo versus Window Club. Now, Darius versus Malphite. Darius can definitely run down this Malphite early. I wonder if Imbalance is going to take Flash Ghost as well. But as the game progresses, as the Malphite starts to pick up armor items, it gets more and more rough for this Darius. And Have a Laugh though is going to have a lot of gank pressure in a lot of lanes. Darius has very good gank setup. Morgana has very good gank setup. And Morgana's able to E that Nunu actually. So normally, it's very hard for this Nunu to gank this Jinx. Jinx can just put down the trumpets, but with a Morgana, Morgana can actually shield him as he's rolling in. So Have a Laugh is going to have to, Nunu is not a full clear jungler. I said the meta last game was full clear, but with the Nunu, it just changes everything. Nunu wants to create as much chaos as possible early game. And his ganks are so strong. And he can also secure dragon objectives very well. And this time scaling is 100% on Mundo Club's side. Jinx Lulu alone basically just gives so much late game potential team fighting. Jinx is able to just stay in rocket form, and with that Lulu supporting her, she's basically unkillable. And doesn't even need resets to get going with that Lulu W. And especially with Shurelia's being the meta now. Now, Have a Laugh is really gonna have to create a lot of early game skirmishes, a lot of early game ganks, and make this game chaos. Now, what can Timo do to counter? Well, Zac is actually a very good counter ganker, right? If a Zac anticipates where this Nunu is and and manages to counter gank it, that could be really huge for Mundo Club. Now, Akali again, it's looking like probably like a comfort pick for Superfluous. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it properly. Superfluous. Yeah, that does look correct, right? Now, or superfluous. I don't know. We'll have to go with superfluous. I'll stick with my original pronunciation. But yeah, again, probably a very similar lane. This Galio isn't gonna take much damage from Akali in the early game. Tyrannosaurus is just gonna have early push. But saying that, it's a lot scarier to get earlier push this time against the Nunu. You know, with the Mundo, right, you know exactly what the Mundo's gonna do, and he doesn't really have any gank setup or like pressure. Whereas a Nunu rolling at you, that has a lot of gank pressure. So again, it's gonna all come down to Have a Laugh, and I do like this approach. He's recognized that, you know, from last game, he's likely not gonna have winning lanes, and I think he just needs to create as much chaos as possible. But again, yeah, Mundo Club have a very similar style team comp. They have so much engaged. They have Malphite, Zac, Galio, and you're just gonna have a Jinx Lulu shooting from a distance. It is such a scary composition, and very well crafted by Mundo Club. And you know, this shows like why they're probably 7-0 off that round robin, and why they dominated game one. Very strong team, both individually and comp wise. So, spectator delay is done. So, hopefully, the game captures properly. As we load in. And as I do my dodgy editing again. That's alright. Yeah, and it looks like we had the same problem, but this is a different scene, so I will add a new slide. I do know how to fix it now. Alright. And here we go. We are in the rift. So let's see if there's going to be any cheeky invades coming in. Looks like not. Just the standard defense. And are we going to see the Nunu cheese as well? Have a Laugh is waiting.
30 seconds until
Nunu can start W and try to use that home guard that you get from loading in, but I don't think he's going to go for it. And no, he does not. So, Have a Laugh gonna start. Looks like top side, but you know, the scary thing is Team Club aren't really defending their top jungle. And neither really is Mundo Club actually. So you can see this area here could be walked through. You know, you probably would want your Jinx to stand here instead. But as you can see, Teemo don't really know if Mundo Club are just walking through here. So it is quite easy to point defense, so not quite done correctly, but it looks like Mbalance is looking to try to cheese level 1 instead. And looks like it will pay off here, so he's gonna get a nice trade onto a Pessimist. Wasn't as favorable as he would like though. And You know, the Malphite's just gonna chug down some potions, and he'll be alright. And you can see the poke coming in from the Malphite actually. Now, and like, look at that Scorch and Comet poke from this Malphite. Kinda painful. And this Lulu and Jinx gonna have priority against the Senna, and Ignite's gonna go down. Actually, Pessimist taking Ignite against that Darius, which is interesting. And he is gonna get that last Q, and first blood goes to the Malphite actually. It's very interesting. And I didn't actually notice that Ignite summoned a choice, but it really paid off there. And bot lane here is gonna get burnt from JC. But really smart by a Pessimist. You know that the Darius is gonna take Ghost, most likely. So instead of opting into teleport, you opt into your own combat summoner. And that gives you that little advantage against Darius that you need to take him on early. And I don't think Imbalance was expecting it either, so very nicely done. Binding lands, nice little binding onto Triggered, but it's not gonna really be followed up on. Looks like we're gonna get Farming Center as well. I suppose Morgana isn't the best for funnel. And again, so much pressure coming down from the bottom lane. So, jungler's gonna mirror each other, so opposite sides this time. So Have a Laugh will get his own crab this time, which is nice for him. And we'll have to see if this Nunu can use that crab speed up to potentially pull a gank off top or mid lane. And Zach Lubu is going to come in for the gank, and a nice Q there onto both of them. Black Shield was a little bit late, and I think Duke the Super is going to go down because of it. It's unfortunate for him. And a Pessimist already has that Bramble Vest, so that's going to be painful for this Darius. And look at this. Imbalance just getting poked down by this Malphite. Oh wow, nice binding there. Somehow managed to glide it around the minions. And are we going to get another solo kill? Yes, we are, from a Pessimist. Spacing that lane really well from what I can see, keeping out of that Darius E range. And Tyrannosaurus. Lubu trying to get a gank off, but very nice pressure onto Dikali actually. So, straight away we have 0-3 towards Mundo Club already. So looking pretty rough already for Teemo. Now, Jinx just getting a lot of priority. Again, quite a large CS lead for the bot lane of Mundo Club. So they've been playing very well so far this series. And, you know, kind of all of Mundo Club have been playing really well. And I guess that is why they're undefeated so far. Now, nice little poke by Pessimist. Now, is it too late for Imbalance? Pessimist hasn't really gotten the biggest recall off. He only got a Ruby Crystal. So there's a chance that when Imbalance hits 6, he's able to turn it around. But Pessimist has such a XP lead, I'm assuming. You know, when you do not take TP on top lane, you know, for both of them, one kill means a whole lot more than it would normally. So normally, you know, you get a solo. Oh, as I say that, Have a Laugh coming in. Snowball does land. Pessimist has ult actually, and he's actually going to go all in and kills that Darius and Mvans goes down. Can Pessimist beat this Nunu? Yes, he can, and that's a 2v1 double kill for Pessimist. Really well played there. He knows his limits on this Malphite. Instead of ulting out like I think most players would do, I would have done it myself. He actually chooses to turn around and gets a double kill, and that's so rough for Teemo. Lubu gets a free dragon because of it as well. And this game already looking like a bit of a disaster for Teemo. Some nice bindings coming out from JC. But you can see this Jinx getting a lot of plating as well. Although not much kills have gone down in the bot lane, you know, Manu is getting so many platings for himself. Now, and Lubu gonna come in for a dive actually. He does have the Zac passive for himself. And Manu picks up the kill and dupe the soup. Gonna get the wave as well. Clean dive there by Mundo Club. And that tower is not gonna last very long against those Jinx Qs. I suppose her auto's buffed by her Q. And yeah, you can see that attack speed going down. Chomping through that tower pretty quickly. And Mbounce gets a pull on the tower, but this Malphite's already so tanky. And that didn't even matter that much. Pessimist kind of won that trade actually. And when he gets that ultimate up, you would expect Mbalance is dead unless he recalls right now, which he is going for. So well played by him to respect that potential. Now, Lubu's just sitting in this bottom bush. There's nothing that the bot lane can do right now, and JC this time's gonna be the sacrificial lamb. And another kill to this Jinx. And they're just snowballing this game out of control. This Jinx is so far ahead already. And not to mention this monster Malphite in their top lane. Now, in the mid lane, you know, pretty quiet mid lane. Tyrannosaurus just chilling down there. And look at this, it's just so rough for them. Not much the Senna can do, like what can she do against that? This Jinx Lulu combination is so strong. And they're opting to just keep going actually rather than swapping. And you know, fair enough, like why swap? You know all your lanes are winning. The only thing you have to be scared about potentially is Nunu coming in and punishing you. And like a full combo from Darius lands, but it just doesn't matter, and this Malphite is just gonna go in, ignites him and just walks out. Cool man did not look at explosions I suppose with that one. And flash coming in from Manute, but just not enough damage to finishing it. And 0-8 is the scoreline. I wonder if we can get a perfect game from Mundo Club this game. They could definitely be looking for it. And little trade there. Not much action though. Tasmi's just gonna ignore and shove in top lane. And oh, Lubu actually coming in from behind, and wow, nothing that Akali could do there. Apart from flash that E, but it's so hard to react to it when you're not expecting it. The Zac comes in from behind and just CC chains Akali back to base. Perfectly chained there. Good follow up by Tyrannosaurus as well. And you can see Mvance is doing his best to try to damage this Malphite, but it doesn't really matter. Maybe he could have tried to ghost him down there. I think it was his best chance, but choosing not to instead. And this Galio walking towards top lane. They are going to dive this Darius, and if the Malphite not hits, I don't think there's anything Imbalance will be able to do here. But we'll have to wait and see. Here comes Pessimist. Probably about to ult him. Here comes the Galio ult. No Galio ult comes down, and Imbalance actually gonna ghost after the Malphite. Can he get the kill? No, Pessimist just flashes out. And Imbalance goes again, and the perfect game is still on. Now, Moonstone picked up by the Lulu. And Superfluous. And oh, binding, nice binding. JC's had a few nice bindings, but they just haven't mattered, unfortunately. And oh, the Jinx fucking tried to sneak it through onto the wall. And here comes that Nunu, but you can see the Trumpers without the Morgana shield. Nunu is heavily countered by the Jinx. Zero 10 now. Infernal Dragon is up. Lubu gonna take it uncontested. And I wonder how much gold this Jinx has. 5,400. Basically double the gold of Senna. That is just how rough it is. And top lane, you know, at least Imbalance has CS decently, so he's not as far behind as his bot lane, but still very rough just all around. E lands onto the Akali. Superpush trying to get out. He's gonna ult in, but the taunt's gonna just land again, and Superpush just gets CC chained to death. And taken out by that Galio. And well, here comes the dive onto Duke. Zac got a little bit awkward, but they do get him in the end. And Zac gonna try to follow, doesn't quite get there. And Pessimist just standing there menacingly, slowly poking him down. Is gonna choose to all in, and here comes the Galio out as well, and that's the scary combo. Imbalance does get the heal off, but no, it just does not matter. Nothing he can do there, gets taken out in that dive. And the perfect game is still on. It's even more of a blowout than last game. 10k gold in at 14 minutes. And we're gonna have another dive coming in from this Zac. Misses the Q though, so they're not gonna be able to complete it. Teleport coming in from the Galio. Galio is super fast with the Nimbus Cloak, but chooses not to dive it there. And the Nunu Snowball comes in. Malphite is on the tower. Is this gonna be the first death? Is a Pessimist? Yes, a Pessimist is gonna be the one that ruins the perfect game for Window Club. So at least, you know, at least if you're Tivo, you can say you didn't get perfect game. And a 1 kill goes over to have a laugh. Tyrannosaurus trying to taunt up, and oh, Jinx does manage to kill that Morgana. Ghost coming down from Imbalance. They're gonna try to chase down this Galio. They do get him. Nunu getting 2 kills. 2 big shutdowns onto Nunu. Lubu is gonna have to be careful. Flashes out. The bleed stacks are still on him, but now he's going to the safety of his Jinx Lulu. And nothing more is gonna come from that fight. And Have a Laugh just rolls on out. And well, what can Teemo do this game to try to come back? I suppose if you wait till super late and if Senna gets enough range on the Urdos, maybe. But both the kills are onto the Nunu, which isn't probably isn't the member you wanted on. If you are to come back. And you would have to expect a pretty methodical closeout coming from Mundo Club soon. And Imbalance has landed many nice E's onto this Malphite under tower, but it just does not matter. He's so tanky. He really does not care. And he's just throwing his boulders at this Darius. And oh no, Imbalance not again. He's just gonna get dove again and get taken down. Very methodical closeout coming in from Mundo Club. Taking out all the towers one by one. Kind of tutorial style. So, have a laugh. He's fairly tanky with those two big shutdowns onto him. And oh, Superfluous is looking. Maybe Binding lands onto Jinx. Are they gonna go here? No, they can't. And JC just gets taken down by this Jinx. He lands onto the Lulu. But the Galio's coming from behind as well and taunts up Imbalance. Very nicely played. Very clean dive coming in from Mundo Club, and the tower is gonna go down. Taunt lands onto Dude. He gets taken out. This Nunu channeling the ult, doing his best, gets some nice damage off, but is gonna get taken out as well. And this top tower is gonna fall very early on. Inhibitor gonna get taken as well. And Lubu is on to Dragon. Just securing that soul win condition. If they, just in case they wanted an extra win condition. Which they definitely do not. And you can see this Jinx is just free hitting. With this Lulu, this combination is so strong. And now, well, what can you do? It's just gonna be a last stand here. And look at that 4-man Malphite out into Galio ultimate. Superfluous trying desperately to do something, but no, they're just gonna get taken out in their base. I think that's gonna be a triple kill coming in from Manute. And it looks like Mundo Club's going to end here. Almost a perfect game, only 2 deaths. And they are looking scary as hell. And JC gets taken down as well. And there we go, Mundo Club with a clean 2-0 victory. Very strong performance. They're probably solidifying themselves as the favorites for this tournament. Very well played there by Mundo Club. And well, they are showing why they went 7-0 in that round robin. And if you're Teemo, you probably take solace to the fact that you were against probably the favorites and probably the team most likely to win this tournament. They will have a second chance in the losers bracket, Teemo, for some redemption against more closely matched teams. So really good job. Mundo Club gonna advance to the semifinals, and Teemo gonna get put down to the losers bracket now. And they will have another chance to fight with another series. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock this time. The next game has been moved forward a little bit. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock for Zwang vs Green Squad. So we'll see you back soon.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? If you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the whole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. My love, I'm gone. I need to be strong. The darkness it tried to swallow me. Some things I fall, but I hear your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. 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 Gravity.
I was angry before, but I circled the drain in my mind. I can't find. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go down.
I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
All right. Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the second match of the round robin. Good thing is I have a co-caster now, so I'm joined here by Goonsack. Hello, hello.
Hey Pat Simmons, how you going today?
Good, thank you. So we have Zwang who came fourth in the round robin and Goon Squad who were in fifth. So we have a pretty closely matched up game this time.
Yeah, look, and I'm excited to see these two teams go head to head, man. The Wukong popped off last game, and I'm excited to see them go again. Hopefully, Green Squad can take it this game, but we'll see how we go.
Yep. So we have Urgot Van, Tristana Van, Wukong gone, Malzahar gone as well. So that is looking like a target ban against the Merc
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, looks like they're trying to shut down a Merc God here and get, I believe it's Arito is the top laner. No, Sweaty Jeans is not. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Bro, well,
Sorry.
Jinx, Jinx and Tristana taking out two very strong meta ADCs right now. Probably the
Mhm.
two best in the game. So Kais is the third one left, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah, that's all that's really left. We'll see what. The Jin first pick. Interesting. Must be a comfort pick
Yeah,
for
right.
Samus here.
And it's interesting that they picked it this early. So maybe A Evolve also plays Jin on Goon Squad.
Potentially. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yep. Lulu taken out as well. Lulu's super strong this patch.
Yeah, Lily's broken, man.
Yeah. And oh god.
Oh, we got a Dalhouse's
we-
first
we-
pick on the outside.
we both
He's
love
looking
Darius, don't we?
absolutely dunk on this team.
Yeah. So definitely looking just to stomp lane. I wonder if he goes for a Flash Ghost as well. Malphite as well.
Wow.
Now, do you think that's Malphite jungle or, mid?
I think with the new changes with the 11.7, I believe it was, with the Darius changes, it could be a Darius jungle coming out here.
That's
that would be-
true. That's true,
that would be-
actually.
Very high.
Yeah, that would be super hype. That'd be very interesting to see. Now Shen coming out. Shen did get buffed as well, and I do definitely remember Zhuang picking a lot of Shen in the past from last year's Rumbles. So with those buffs, let's see if he can make more of an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hoping for a Kaiser third pick here from them. So hopefully they can take away that pick, because otherwise I don't see other many ADCs. Yep,
Yeah,
there it is.
There
Okay.
it is.
Oh,
Maybe they just heard you and they're hovering it, and they've unlocked
potentially.
it. But
See how we go.
yeah, so interesting enough, Shen is one of the few champions where if you're really good at the Shen, you can actually neutralize a Darius lane. He is just really strong into melee matchups as the Kai'Sa gets locked in there.
How do you neutralize this, Chen?
Well, so I believe that you just need to save your taunt for after he E's, right? So after he E's you, you can pop your W on top of yourself so he can't auto you for bleed stacks, and then you can kind of taunt out.
Oh, blocks, please. That's interesting.
Yeah, but the only thing is, obviously, as with all champions against Darius, if you actually push out against him and he just decides to pop Ghost and run you down, then it gets
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that, is there?
yeah. So that's the only that's the only thing. Until Shen gets like a few items with the Sunfire Cape, that is always a
Yeah.
possibility.
So who don't see bans out of here from Zhuang?
But like, it's not as bad for Shen compared to other melee champs anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Um,
So LeBlanc plan. So Darcy 1, 2, 3, 9. That's a bit interesting.
yeah, Leona Banner. I mean, maybe that could suggest they want to go for more of a enchanterish support, maybe like a Karma, maybe.
Yeah.
With those with the new Shirelias is super strong this patch, right? Just having so much move speed, and a Shirelia's champ would be so scary to pair up with a Darius.
Exactly. Just send him in there with Ghost. He's
Yeah,
pretty unstoppable.
Yeah.
I don't think Jim would have a very good time.
yeah, exactly. And yeah, the problem is Jin doesn't offer the most consistent DPS against the Darius.
No, I'm sort of looking for some consistency DPS out of their mid laner here.
Yeah,
Because otherwise, Team Comp's not looking too hot against the Malphite Darius. We'll see how we go.
so you would assume it's Volibear jungle right now. He is one of the few chem tank junglers that weren't directly nerfed. He will be indirectly nerfed by the chem tank, but
Wow, dude. I think that's a
Vel'Koz.
Vel'Koz support? Or did he hover Thresh there just to bait us? We'll see.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. It could be either. So that is the
Vel'Koz
strength. That is the
support.
good thing about picking Vel'Koz 4. You don't know if it's mid or support. So
Right. as a flex pick right
Yeah,
now.
pretty good drafting by Green Squad.
Yes. I hopefully get an engaged support here onto the Broncos, I think. Unless they just want to out heal the poke,
Yeah.
which
And
is looks like they're going for here with the Karma,
yeah, they're going with the Karma. Maybe they're picking it away from Green Squad.
potentially. I
'Cause-
mean, I'm not sure Darcy 1239 is a Velcos player. I think it's probably going towards Meerkat.
right. Are you just stalking the OPGGs right now?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Right. Okay, well,
I think that would be a good kind of pick for Darcy here.
Yeah.
Um,
so Arena. What's
are we getting a pick
Oh,
here?
we got that lock. Oh.
Is that a?
Was
might
that
be
a, was that an accidental pick?
I've seen these on before.
So
Yeah, there it is.
yeah, there's the dodge. Okay, well, I guess we're remaking it real quick.
Okay. Well, I'll be back in a second then.
This pick is Victor. Okay.
Okay.
That's all good. Right. Happens.
You have to own all champions. Don't give it in the tournament draft.
No.
Ah.
Because Riot doesn't give out tournament realm anymore. So
Okay.
it's a bit tragic. What we could have done is do pro draft, but that can be a bit annoying sometimes.
Yeah. So what happened?
So just invite her back in whenever, or whoever left. QX. Okay. So yeah, just start it up whenever. All good. Yeah, so yeah, we'll just mirror the exact same thing. So I guess good thing for Goon Squad, they do get a bit more time to think about their last pick now.
Exactly. What sort of counter pick are we looking for this Victor? It's pretty stable mid lane.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm not sure what they could pick into it.
well, scary thing is, you know, you have Malphite, you have Malphite potentially in jungle, right? So
Yeah.
if you one thing Victor doesn't like is something that's very with a lot of gap closes that gets in your face, and especially with a Malphite setting it up, it could it could be too hard for the Victor to get into the game.
Yeah.
So
I think if it is a Malphite jungle, that would be surprising, though, considering that would give them sort of free lane to level 6. There'd be
that's true.
very little gank pressure, unless
Unless it's
we
Darius jungle, like you said.
we get Darcy 1239's infamous Pantheon mid lane,
Oh,
which I'm excited for. But we'll see. Maybe I'm just spoiling for the team. But
that will be very scary, actually. Like Pantheon Flash
exactly.
W into Malphite, like
yeah,
there's
exactly.
no counterplay to that one.
That'll be not very easy for the old.
Yeah. But I will
So
say
that
in
would
the
be
1v1 matchup, it won't be as bad for the Victor, but
Yeah, exactly. And they'd have the scaling potential on
yeah.
blue side there. So
And like that's the thing about the Malphite, like he doesn't really offer anything at all until 6 with gank
Exactly.
pressure. So
Yeah.
I don't know. So the Victor will get a very nice time until after Malphite hits 6. Obviously, then it's a bit doomed.
exactly. I'm praying for the Darius jungle, man. I want to see it.
Yeah, I kind of do as well. We both hate Darius, so we
Yeah.
hate him in the top lane.
Kane?
Ah.
Was that was not the pick last time.
So that means it's Malphite mid, right? So that must have been their last pick, I'm guessing.
What? I think they were meant to pick it in order, but we'll see. It might be another. Okay, they're just. Okay.
No, so I think it's Malphite mid. Yeah,
Oh, it is
so it's
Malphite.
Malphite mid and it's Kane jungle.
Wow.
So yeah, okay.
It's
So
like second pick's Malphite mid. That's
Yeah. well, I mean, they might have saved it as a flex pick potentially, but yeah, that's okay. So
Well, I'm not
Darcy,
too excited for Darcy's chances there in the Victor lane. If Samus can play it right, he shouldn't really be able to get in range.
yeah,
But we'll see how it
yeah,
plays out.
exactly. So the Victor is gonna have actually a free time and actually a winning lane, which is very rare for a Victor, and he's gonna have priority early. So,
Exactly.
but the same point still stands. When the Malphite hits 6, his gank pressure is
Yes.
going to be insane onto the Victor for this
Yeah.
Kane. So if Mr. Grey can capitalize on that, that would be very scary still.
Yes.
Um,
Whose team comp are you going to prefer here?
um,
I know you're going to prefer Zwang's comp.
I mean, honestly, Goon Squad's comp is a lot easier to execute. So I think I favor Goon Squad's comp.
Yeah?
Because
Okay.
cause you have Jin, Karma, Victor. Like, this Malphite actually has so much value against them
hmm
to set up an early engage. And this Kai'Sa can follow up the Malphite to dive in.
That's true. And the Vel'Koz can try and keep the Volibear off.
Yeah, and the Volibear is a little bit awkward because, yes, he can get onto the Kai'Sa by just running at her, but thing is, Kai'Sa can just ult out into the backline,
Yeah.
right? And kind of escape that way. And it's super easy for the Malphite to set up the Kai'Sa Plasma for her ult to just go off. This Vel'Koz will have a very rough time, though, against the Volibear.
I think
That is
if we get into the late game, I'm favoring Zwang's comp personally.
yeah, for sure. Zwang definitely
the
outscale.
Victor Jin, and then the Shen could sort of keep them alive because they have Green Squad have to run into Zwang here.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no way they can sort of do anything besides just all in.
Yeah.
And if they can go late game, and especially if QX can play the they're not swapping. Okay.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, you don't really need to be in order, so.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. If Awena then can play these team fights well, then I think that'll be the sort of the clutch factor that they need.
Yeah. One thing I'm worried about, though, this Kane's actually going to have a field day.
It's true.
And the shield breaker item, Serpent's Fang's going to have insane value this game. You have, like,
That's it.
you have Karma, Volibear, Shen ult, Victor shield, like,
Yeah.
Mr. Grey, like, Serpent's
Mr. Grey,
Fang's
yeah.
second
Shen
item.
R, yeah.
Like, this blue
Yeah.
cane is going to be super scary this game. Like, I'm
Is he
assuming
going
it's a
blue cane?
I'm assuming it's a
Mhm.
blue cane because
Yeah. Is Red Cane still pretty bad?
yeah,
I-
basically, like,
okay.
it did get buffed slightly, but blue cane didn't get nerfed at all anyway, right? And blue cane's very strong right now, especially in
Okay.
solo queue. So I
Yeah.
think that's going to be very scary. To follow up on a Malphite as well.
Yeah. I'm just nervous for this mid laner, man. I've played Malphite mid a few times. It's,
Into the Victor,
not-
it's a bit.
it's okay because he can go Q and take Comet, max Q, sort of poke him out like that.
Yeah,
And with his passive shield, if he times it well, then he'll be able to win. But if Dandy plays it right and autos him once every 10 seconds to stop that passive shield coming up, then it's not going to be a good lane for Darcy here.
yeah, and it's really easy for the Victor to just hit an E as well.
Exactly.
Against the melee champ, and if he also Qs to shield the Malphite Q and gets that trade like with that auto off as well,
Mhm.
the trades are basically just favoring Victor, and
Yeah.
scaling is also favoring Victor. But the only thing Malphite offers that Victor doesn't is really hard engage, right? So Darcy might be able to abuse that, especially for early dragons.
Especially for early dragons. I think the biggest matchup here would be Mr. Grey as the platinum player versus Kip QX. Should be exciting.
Right, yep.
I think hopefully Mr. Grey can take over, but difficult on such a poor early game champion. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah, so Kane is, definitely very poor early game. But if he does reach that blue form fairly early or reasonably early, it's going to be very hard, I think, for them to withstand a Kane. They do have quite a bit of peel from the Karma, but I still think they don't have enough lockdown onto this Kane.
Unless they just one-shot him. But
Yeah,
pretty difficult.
yeah, it is hard without instant CC, right? You have like Volibear Flash Q. Shen's a bit
Lulu would
slow.
have been nice.
Yeah, Lulu would be nice. So that was a really good ban from Goon
Yeah,
Squad.
exactly. Lulu, Malzahar, they had a plan here.
Yeah.
No lockdown.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been nice to Skarna in this game.
True, Skarna, as the resident Skarna main.
I think a Skarna jungle actually would have been actually good into their comp.
Yeah, it
But
would have been.
unfortunately, we don't get to see that today.
No, we don't. We do not get to see the Skarna today.
Get to load in right now.
Yeah.
So-
I think we'll just be automatically synced, but we'll have to
Okay,
double
awesome.
check.
Yeah. Because the load's up pretty slow, but hopefully it'll be auto synced.
Yeah.
Which wins the game.
Yeah, I'm just in.
5 seconds in.
No, just pause at like 10.
Okay. Oh wait, I'm gonna pause 15.
At 15? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I'm at 15, so 3,
Yeah.
2,
Oh,
1,
I just
go.
loaded. Okay.
Alright, so like 19, 20, 21. Is that you?
23, 24.
Yeah. Alright, we
25.
synced. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it in directed so we see the same thing.
Directed. Okay.
So
Wait, how do you-
Jin has not left base yet. he's gonna leave a little bit late. That was a really fast load screen actually.
Yeah, it was super fast. So is your camera just checking on Karma right now?
It's on like the Kaiser now. Kaiser and Kane.
Kaiser and Kane, yeah. Okay.
It's an interesting
I think-
ward there. Maybe they're
Yeah, I'm
scared
not
of the
sure what
volley
the odds
bear.
of that is. I don't think the volley bear
Yeah.
in the low here, especially with the Kaiser Velcros should have prior. But I guess and the invade potential of Victor isn't great. But
Yeah.
anyway, it's fair enough that he wants to defend his entries and
Yeah.
sort of help his jungle out. And it looks like, unless does Blue Cane still go Conqueror? Doesn't he usually go Dark Harvest? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he normally does, so it maybe is a red cane.
Red Cane, yeah.
I don't know
Which
about
fair
that. Like,
enough.
I don't know what I feel. Like, I think a red cane is a bit too slow against like a Jin and Victor. I think he just gets kited out.
Yeah, and
Like-
I think the bot lane should have enough damage on the tanks to be able to deal with
Yeah.
them. But
I would-
anyway, we'll see how it
Yeah, I would
works.
definitely have preferred a blue cane. And you can see it's already so rough for this.
Yeah, it's already so difficult. And he didn't. Oh, he did get comment. Okay.
Yeah. Nice little mantra cue there.
Exactly.
But I do know the blue cane builds Gore Drinker now. Like blue cane just randomly builds Gore Drinker.
Like everyone's still a good drinker. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know
I'm
about
surprised
the
they're
Conqueror.
clean, honestly, but we'll see how.
Oh yeah, let me. I'm gonna move.
Oh, that's some big damage out of bot lane. It's a 2v2. Oh, it's an early flash out of Karma.
Yeah, that's pretty big by Green Squad.
That's pretty big.
And lane pushing towards the Shen, so Immerse God will be pretty happy with how it's
Yeah,
playing. out.
exactly. He takes those. Oh,
And Taunt goes
big
down and
early gank here. Level 3?
yeah,
Pops the ghost.
QX, he's gonna get the stun, gets the flash out. E in return. Not gonna.
That's good. That's huge. That's full lane prior for Shen here, especially with an ignite, flash ignite Shen here as well.
Yeah, that is nicely done. But the Volibear will fall a little bit behind in tempo because of that, so he did sacrifice quite a bit. He's only on 12 CS,
That's true.
so he basically lost the camp for that, but I think he'll take that for both sums on the Darius.
Exactly. And so full lane prior in the top lane there.
Yeah.
Um,
And you can see
really
Immerse God,
early.
yeah, Immerse God actually takes Ignite, which I think is smart because you know against the Darius that he is going to take Ghost, he's not going to have TP himself, and you have your ult
Yeah.
as well to make up for it. So it actually lets you fight that Darius a little bit early.
Have a
game.
little bit of kill pressure on it.
Yeah.
A little bit of lethal, as they say.
Yeah. And both crabs gonna go down, so both junglers not gonna lose anything. So Kip QX just one camp down, which is expected from that gank.
Looking like it's all been pretty relaxed in the bot lane after that early game. I don't think they can do much against the flash barrier Velcots. So I think they're just looking to farm it out. Hopefully scale up to the point where they can, I don't know, deal with the Kaiser, I guess, when she jumps in. But
And you know, mid lane, Darcy's done. Oh, and there's
Oh.
the trade. Taunt goes out, and
if
if
only they have flash and ghost,
yeah, if Darius had flash goats there, that's a dead shit.
yeah, that's a bit doomed. But well played to win that, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess you're playing Darius though, so I don't know.
We gotta get our personal vendetta against Darius.
Okay, gotta maybe let that go a little bit this game.
So Sweaty Jades is gonna push the lane in, probably gonna go for a recall. And yeah, he will get it off there. So he will have a very nice back here.
Yeah.
Immerser's back, if he chooses to go for it, will be a bit awkward.
And we're sort of seeing the CS lead we're expecting in the mid lane.
Yeah. But I think Darcy will be pretty happy with that, and the wave's pushing towards him as well, so it's
Yeah, I think
probably...
he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, the lead's probably only like 5 or 6. If he gets most of
It's
those.
early dragon.
Yep, so early dragon going over to Zwang.
He will lose his top side for that, but I think you take that as a jungler here.
Yeah, you do, but Mr. Grey wouldn't be too upset either, because you can see he's really far ahead actually.
He's just yelling at him, that's all he wants.
Yeah, like on the Kane, he's yoinking all of this farm from this Volibear. So he's basically like 3 or 4 camps up, I think, which is pretty big. Like you can see that gold lead. Like if we press X, I think a lot of that lead is just on jungle, right? It's basically 500, 600 gold lead on this Kane, and Mr. Grey gonna come.
That's a quick hit. He should be fine, I think.
Yeah, nice little taunt there, but Grey will get stacks from it, so
I think he's just stack farming there, yeah.
yeah. So wave.
So what's been
back-
sort of the meta in these Rumble games? Is the team with the best team fight potential one, or the easy execute comp? What's been the best way?
Well, a lot of it's definitely just comfort picks and
Yeah.
yeah, definitely team fighting, right? Like lots of engage, easy to execute.
Mhm.
So stuff like Malphite, stuff like Nocturne, Galio, those sort of champions.
Yeah. Are we expecting a tank and Malphite here? Let me see.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
it's
like
gonna
it
be a
will
full
be.
tank Malphite.
Which is, I think, okay to offer some frontline this game.
Yeah.
And Comet goes down. But now Darcy is 6, so Dandy's gonna have to be very scared of a Kane gank, right, with the Malphite ult set up.
Exactly.
Like
Or
if
just
that
be
lands,
insanely active with Flash.
yeah, if that lands, he's just 100% dead. But you know, I think Zwang picking up that first dragon is pretty big for them. Like they'll be pretty happy, because they do probably have the scaling this game with Jin and
Yeah.
Victor.
And the next dragon is... Can't see unless you pan down there, can you?
Yeah, you can't. You can pan down. Oh, nice. Some little
Oh,
trades going on,
Yeah,
but
right?
yeah, Shen does taunt out there, so he does play that trade well. So Shen actually wins that trade.
Yeah.
But the lane is pushing towards the Darius, who has all summoners. So that's a little bit scary if you're the Shen. But I think,
But I think the Dark probably can shove it in.
Sweaty's
but-
actually shoving it in, so Immerser will be happy with that one then.
Definitely. And he's holding his taunt during these fights, because I think the only way he loses this trade is if he taunts in,
Yeah,
leaving him no real escape when Dash just runs him down.
yeah, exactly. So he's been playing these trades pretty well.
That's a really good recall time from Darius.
That's true.
If you look in the top lane,
Yeah.
the waving into him, Shen doesn't have any way of getting in.
Oh,
Oh,
and
and
that's
here's
what,
the,
this is
the
what we're
easy
talking
cancel.
about.
He didn't flash the R.
Oh,
Oh, but he's got phase rush.
and
I think it's a flash Q here.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
dead
there it
anyway.
is. First blood over to Goon Squad.
Yeah. So Mr. Grey
Started
actually
off.
didn't ult there, so got stun up. So Darcy did have to flash because of that little mistake. But
Yeah.
in the bot lane, Root goes down onto the Kai'Sa. Avo trying to escape. I wonder if they're gonna chase. Jin does not have level 6 though, so Kai'Sa is going to get out. He's gonna choose to stay.
Oh, he's
Gonna have to be a bit careful here, but Jin does hit level 6 now. And top lane, the W goes down, so Immerse got some quick trades. Rustprop going down. Immerse still has taunt. Interesting that he didn't taunt to dodge the Q there. So trade goes heavily in Darius' favor because of it.
despite that early game gank that Darius
Yeah.
just taking over lane as he usually does.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Immerse God can hold himself for a little while
Yeah.
and have some impactful ult play in the game.
And yeah, you can see.
Oh, that's a great stun, but
Yeah, you can
nothing to
see
come from it.
gold lead mostly from just farming, or like just CS leads quite in favor of Goon Squad. About a 2k gold lead. So a lot of that would be from top lane, jungle, and bot lane deficits.
Mhm.
You can see they're roughly about 20 CS down. Or like 15-ish in all lanes. So that's translating to that gold lead, but the compensation is the early Mountain Dragon.
We'll have to see if they decide to contest this second dragon. If they would, I'd like to see Darius start walking down soon. Just because Shen has that arm to be able to get down there early.
Yeah, that's true.
So hopefully Darius shoves this out and heads down, but maybe they won't contest it and favour scaling over fighting this early dragon.
And, you know, pretty chill bot lane, right? Like, no engaged supports like we've seen generally in pro play. And oh no, here we go.
Here we go again.
Yeah,
Because they can't play the game
yeah,
anymore.
as predicted.
Oh, and this is a
Uh,
great spell shield. Oh, is that spell shield? Yeah.
Shen survives, but he is gonna probably lose a lot of this way. Oh, he's gonna stay.
He's gonna
Oh. It's a little bit
ballsy
scary.
move, but he backs himself in. Oh, and
Oh, rage quit.
yeah. Fair enough, Dandy. I wouldn't play the game either, man.
A little DC coming in.
Looks like he's getting outplayed over and over again.
I wonder if they're gonna pause. They can pause. It is a custom game.
Yeah. Nah, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
All good.
Okay. So
He's probably just died to the lag, I think. So, you know.
yeah, true flag.
Yeah, it's lag. It's
Just
unlucky. Yeah.
So second dragon does go over towards Green Squad and all in the
Great.
bot lane.
Otherwise, he would have been dead there for sure.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, and Avo manages to.
This is an
Oh,
interesting gank. If this works, that'll be.
Jin ult coming in. Volibear stun lands, but yeah, not enough follow up there. And Avo actually choosing to turn.
Evolve going in, and it might be a sprint.
Yep, he is gonna get rooted up, and he is
I
gonna
like
go
the play
down.
of ballsy,
Yeah.
and it could have paid off, but
He
it was
did.
execution.
He did back himself there.
And the heal came out of gym, which you didn't really expect.
Yep.
Um,
Well, I was about to say it was a good thing Avo didn't ult in initially, when the Jin was low because the Volibear was hiding. But then that happened, so unfortunate.
They've actually got 2.5k gold lead already in the favor of Green Squad, but I think that's mostly just from the top lane and bot lane CS.
Yeah.
It's actually Kane's seriously ahead of this Volibear.
Yeah.
Volibear trying to sort of get more objectives on the map, which makes sense.
Yep,
But
and,
with the meta that
no,
okay.
not again. Close your eyes. There's nothing you can do.
Look, if this game goes in the way of Green Squad, I'm expecting Malphite to ban next game, just out of rage from
Yeah.
Dandy here.
Yeah, so this is what we were worried about in Champ Select, right? It's this Malphite offering so much gank setup for this cave.
Exactly, and really there needs to be a more.
Almost.
There needs to be more pressure from their jungler to support.
Yeah.
To support Dandy on these cooldowns, and I think more of agility in jungler as well.
Yeah.
The Volibear maybe not be able to help here.
And oh, teleport coming in actually from Dandy. Trying to make a play in the bot lane. I wonder if they have enough damage though. He's just getting mowed down by this Kai'Sa
He
though.
is getting murdered.
Yeah, he tunneled a little bit too hard there onto the Vel'Koz and oh no, it's just gonna be a triple
Now
kill.
just trying to 4k gold lead for Green Squad here.
And it's going to be a 3-0 trade towards Green Squad and they're gonna get the full tower and
First
fighting
blood
top lane.
tower. Green Squad's really just taking over this game, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's been a rough mid lane. You can't really pressure anywhere.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of a look like a desperation play, honestly, from that Victor with the PK there. He needed some build to get back to the game,
Yeah.
and it didn't work out.
Yeah. Probably like a slight tilt play as well from just getting hard camped by this Malphite. Desperation TP behind them. But unfortunately for them, like the Kai'Sa already had a Kraken Slayer and the Jin does not have his first mythic yet, so the Kai'Sa was really strong and more than happy to free hit while they were tunneling onto the Vel'Koz.
And this is where if I was Dandy, I would be going all chat, jungle dip.
Jungle dip. Flame jungler. True. Where's my jungle? Hello?
Why aren't they stopping the Malphite ulting me, man?
Jungle? Counter gank, please? I'm scaling, team. And well, oh no, Malphite has ult. Oh no. Oh, but this time
Yeah.
Volley's here, but oh, Shannon's gonna
can't
come
drink.
down. And oh, Shannon coming in. They're actually
worked
gonna
out.
counter it.
Oh, and here's the play that they're trying to execute the entire
Volleyman
game.
comes out. Taunt comes out. Taunts Mr. Grey. Mr. Grey ults out. Just gets out, but there we go. As we were saying, we are kind of memeing about it, but it happened, right? Like they actually countered
Right
the
on.
Malphite ult.
That's it. That's what they need to do. They need a Karma Shield, Shen Shield,
Yeah.
and they're on.
Yeah, and very
Oh,
nice
what
Shannon
airball.
coming out.
Oh,
and-
airball, ballsy. Do it.
Sameth.
Nice.
Well, it was ballsy, but he might get taken down because of it.
Oh,
Oh, he
it's
does
insane.
kill the volley bear.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Double whiff.
almost. Double whiffs it. Ha ha ha, coming out in our chat. Okay. And, well, I mean, A evolve.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he is
little
gapping
bit,
with Lena.
True. Gapping by, like, pressing R when Mr. Grey's close.
Yeah.
True.
It's tough, man. Not anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Oh, unlucky reset there.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Good. That's on that.
Oh, cannon.
That's
That's a bit
okay.
tragic.
But fantastic play. You take those air balls. That's the ballsy play we're looking for.
Yeah.
You do that 10 times, 9 times out of 10, that's a quadra kill.
Exactly. If it works, if you get that quadra, you get into the highlight reel. Worth. So now Darius has a stride breaker. Shen does have the Sunfire though, so
I'm surprised there's no tier out of Victor. Is that not common here?
I have no idea about the Victor build. So
Yeah.
tier does seem good on him. So yeah, I guess it is
Yeah.
surprising. He is opting
Oh.
into the Leandries, which oh no.
See you, dude.
Yeah. Yep.
You just can't walk into any brush. But that's the issue with I think Zhuang had to play the comp a bit better. They have to realize that they have to peel back off engages and then turn and fight
Yeah.
once these sort of big ultimates are down. Like Xerath and
Yeah.
Malphite.
And they definitely have to be together, right? If they have
Well,
any
two together.
well, like not two together, but kind of together. It's funny. You can see like, normally it's like, oh, it's a Darius, I can kite him, but no, now he has this nice item called
yeah,
Stride
kinda.
Breaker. And,
Quick dive.
yeah,
And look, I'm really impressed with Aevol's cap play, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he's doing really well in Champion.
Yep.
And it's like we said, the power of these two picks.
it's like those three main ADCs, right? It's like Jinx, Kai'Sa, Tristana,
Yeah. Yeah.
and Vel'Koz aren't gonna come in.
Oh,
Q8's
great
taunt goes
channel.
down onto the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz does
Great
go
play.
down. And Mr. Grey, he does have Conquer fully stacked though, but the Victor is here. Dandy is gonna get the kill. No, Mr. Grey's so tanky. No, Taunt does land. They get the shutdown onto him. And Immersgod chasing, that might have been off more than Kinchuya. Avo plays it nicely, kills him. Can Dandy chase him down? No. Malphite comes in. They do take him down. Volibear stun lands onto Kai'Sa. And he goes down as well. And can Darcy clean this up on his own? Support and jungle versus top laner. And Kip QX Darcy does kill him. But here comes Samath on the Jinx, on the Jhin. It's a very long extended fight, but this Malphite's slowly gonna go down. They do take him out, and that's quite a lot of kills going over towards Zhuang. But in the meantime, Sweaty Jeans on the Darius has just been pushing top.
He's just chill on top lane. He's just
Yeah.
taking towers.
So,
I lagged out, by the way. What's your timer?
1840, 41, 42, 43, 44. Are we synced?
48, 49.
Yeah, basically synced.
Yeah, cool.
But I think if you're Zhuang, you take that. You did lose a tier 2, but you got quite a lot of gold, right? Like, unfortunately, none of that got onto the Victor, though. So,
And that's what they need to get ahead.
Yeah.
The Victor really needs to pop off here because he's going to be the main damage threat to the Malphite and this Red Cane. I can't. He hasn't got.
yeah, it is Red
hasn't got form
Cane.
yet.
It is Red Cane, I think.
It is Red Cane.
Yeah.
Doesn't show up in spectate. Okay. Yeah, to this Red Cane and this Darius as well, who are going to be stacking HP.
Yeah.
Because Leandry's burn. Because Jin won't be able to do much to them, to be honest. His main goal is to just one pop their bot lane.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Mr. Grey yoinks that Booba. Gets slapped in the face, but he won't care about that one. But
and with a 7k gold lead, I hope they use it to extend their lead here. Just
Yeah.
dive I'll just be diving. Dive, dive, dive.
And then he does have Leandries now though, so he'll be able to pump a little bit of damage into these tanks.
Yeah, that's true.
But you can see this jungle is just Mr. Graze right now. He is not scared at all. And Shenok coming down. And oh, Malphite Elk coming down onto Murskold. Taunt lands. Oh, Darius, beautiful flash E there. And oh, it's just chained and comboed right. And
So, yeah. Oh, but Kaiser's still caught on the tower.
Kai'Sa gets stunned up. A-Evolve is going to fall down, and that's a big shot down to Dandy. Jinok coming out. Can he land the fourth shot? He is saving it. Mr. Grey is very low. Dandy is playing it out pretty well.
But
Front to
Darius
back.
played his fight really well. He should be able to. Oh, that's a nice aid from Darius.
And oh, and
I think
Jin
if
does
Dandy
get
plays
the
as well,
kill.
he should have
And Dandy
him
is
down.
kiting it out slowly. And oh no, here comes the Velcros out. Dandy is
Oh.
probably, he's gonna go in with the blast cone, but we can't see because the camera. Samat goes down, and it looks like
Hey.
Meerkat was able to take out Dandy as well. So very close fight there actually. So
But I think that fight was only close because A Evolve died early. And I wouldn't even
Yeah.
blame A Evolve for that. He was sitting on the tower
yeah,
while the team was tanking. And his two tanks sort of just walked out from on the tower.
that's true.
And these are the mistakes that's sort of going to cost you fights later on, is if you just leave your Kaiser out,
Yeah,
getting tanking tower.
yeah. I think he probably didn't notice the Victor W on the ground though as well. He did get stunned up by that. And that is a very long stun.
That's true.
So, and the good thing for Goon Squad is that it is going to be an Infernal Soul, so not the Cloud Soul, so they do actually have quite a good win con despite getting outscaled. So if they do get that Infernal Soul, the scaling doesn't matter that much, right? Like Infernal Soul is so scary on their team. Like Malphite being able to proc it, Kai'Sa
Yeah,
being able to
yeah.
just one-shot someone with Infernal Soul.
I was even just parking it from half your screen away.
So I don't know, I think...
Like, I'll be surprised they
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know
if
if they
you're
can fight
Zwang,
this.
you have to give this dragon. You cannot contest. You just hope
if
to
you're
fight.
actually looking for a kill, oh, he wants this wall. Okay. That's good.
I don't think they can be, so they're just gonna get engaged on it and they're gonna get taken out, Yeah, you cannot even walk up
No,
against that comp because that Malphite just has so much easy engage, right? So, and they're so far behind and they just get taken out. That's gonna be transitioned into the Baron. And there's
And
basically,
probably the game at this point.
yeah, there's probably gonna be no contest either. Unless Kip QX can somehow sneak behind and get an interesting, you know.
Yeah. There's no way he's still playing.
No, there's no way. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even try. There's no way, right? As
With Goon Squad winning this, it does make it a bit more exciting because Zwang did take their first game in the regular season.
Yeah.
And that sort of does make this sort of a bit more exciting in that both teams can trade blow for blow.
yeah,
And hopefully we do get a 3-game series this
yeah,
bracket.
yeah. So like how tournament bracket works. Like this is the 4th and 5th place teams, so they're very closely matched, right? Like as opposed to the first series of today when it's the first place team versus the 8th, right? So
That was a bit yuck.
yeah, so that that one was a bit of a stomp, but it was expected. There was like a lot of ranked difference. But yeah, this is gonna be a very nice series, I think, very close series. And even though the gold lead is really large, a lot of these fights have been really close. And Arena gonna get Velcos ulted, but he's gonna get out. But throughout this game, though, Zwang, even though they're so far behind, they've played these fights pretty well, and a lot of fights have been very close, actually.
Yeah, they have. They've shown life despite not having much gold to use.
Yeah.
So
So
it will be
despite
exciting going to the next game.
yeah, despite it looking like a stomp, I don't think this game has been a stomp at all. A few fights, if they went slightly differently, Zwang would have came back pretty quickly, I think. Or maybe,
Yeah.
if Victor had those 4 kills instead of a Shen as well, right?
And a different, I think it's just a different jungle would probably be better. I understand that QQX is a bit of a tank jungle player. He's
Right.
a man after my own heart, but if they're going to deal with this Malphite again, they're going to need someone who can duel the 2v2 mid lane there.
Yeah, but like we never know. Like maybe with a Malphite ban, right? Goon Squad looks very different. Like this Malphite has definitely been a huge catalyst, right, towards this win.
I guess Malphite's just broken now.
True.
True.
True. Malphite broken. So let's see what happens here. Keep QX zooming in. Just gonna get taken out. Malphite comes in. Here comes the Kai'Sa ult. Following up. Oh, a beautiful knockup by Mr. Great.
Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi. Close your eyes. It's just going down. That's gonna be a clean 5-0 ace. And I assume Goon Squad will end
Sam
the
going away. Green squad. Yeah.
yeah.
Well played. Yee.
Well played, Yugi. Goon Squad knocking down tower number 1. Tower number 2 gonna go down, and they're gonna take game 1 of this series. So very nicely played. Darcy1239, definitely my MVP for this game. Very good Malphite
Yeah,
setups.
Insane, man. I don't know how he does it. The mechanics that guy possesses. I don't know how he's in gold or whatever he's in, but he really outdid himself today.
Yep. So really nicely played there. So we're gonna take a short break. We will see you back soon for game 2.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me. Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to.
You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just.
Alright, hello and welcome back to game 2. So, interestingly, Goon Squad choosing red side, so, if it worked last game, why not, why change it?
Exactly. And hopefully we see some change in the draft in the first bands here, especially the first pick. I think they did utilize that a bit better. The Jin obviously didn't work, and I know that Samus can play other picks. He has a good Kaiser, he has a good Bane. I'd like to see some of that more.
Yeah.
Um,
So, maybe Kaiser goes up in priority, maybe the Malphite
The
ban
weak
comes in as
fear
well.
the
No, Kane ban
shadows.
instead,
oh, Kane ban. I saw the Kane as a threat. Okay.
which is interesting. Well, like, the Malphite probably is not as much of a threat. Wait,
What?
what? This time Goon Squad banned a
I
Malphite.
guess they're scared of the Malphite first pick here.
Yeah, maybe they saw the Malphite first pick coming.
My genius will be understood.
And then the Jin.
Eventually.
Uh,
Wait. Huh?
They're
We
looking
have-
for they're looking for an ADC pick here.
Yeah, yeah. But Jinx will be up, right? So like Jinx and Kaiser are up. So I would assume they're
Yeah.
just gonna get handshaked here.
Yeah, but I'll take the Jinx honestly. Jinx is pretty
yeah,
OP.
and, like,
especially if it's
so if they pick Kaiser first or something, or like a Jinx.
Well, honestly, I would just pick Lulu.
Yeah,
I would go
Lulu
Lulu
is
first
up.
pick here and take. Okay.
Well, Jinx Lulu is literally up.
Yeah.
So
If I was,
I don't know.
I mean, we probably could get some draft tips here because I think they can hear us. But
Yeah, like we don't know the players as well. So
exactly,
if we were just going off the meta, right? Jinx Lulu is so scary. But
yeah, they're going for the Darius.
Darius
and,
gonna be picked here. So looks like both top laners do play Darius. Jinx is picked here, so I don't know. Like, so if I'm Zwang, you have to take the Lulu away, in my opinion here. But let's see what they do.
Yeah,
Because Jinx Lulu is just so scary, right? Like, and Lulu,
exactly.
like, in case
I don't know
somehow
how
the
you
yeah, like, somehow in case you manage to camp the Jinx and get a super behind, Darius Lulu is also scary.
And I'm in 11.9 here. Okay, they have to pick Lulu here otherwise. But yeah, we're in 11.9 with Lulu and Moonstone just got buffed.
Yeah, we are.
11.9.
But I think even though Moonstone got buffed, in pro play anyway, and like in InterVarsity, Lulu still builds Shirelias just because that's so broken. That item's really
Okay.
broken right now. Because it makes it so she doesn't have to W to give move speed anymore, right? She can just shield,
I see.
and that gives
Yeah.
movement speed. And no, it
Okay.
looks like they're gonna pick Katarina instead, and I don't know about this one from Zwang.
They pick Lulu here.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. It's really scary.
I mean, I love the Katarina blind pick. It's very ballsy, and it's just must be a comfort pick.
Yeah,
And Gift
but
is a bit nice on the Sejuani as well.
true.
Um, he he's got like a 70% win rate on the champion.
Right.
He's knows ins and outs. I'm sure he knows how to play the combo as well. Very difficult champion to pilot, I know. But
Yeah.
I'm sure he can play it to a very high level as well. With Katarina, you've got another melee champ you can use.
Yeah. So I mean, definitely prioritizing comfort, which is fine on the Sejuani, right? Like and Sejuani
Mhm.
Sejuani might even be pretty good this patch with Sunfire buffs as well as
Yeah,
the nerfs to Chem Tank. We haven't even seen
yeah,
pro play at all this patch, but Sejuani, it does make sense that she rises in priority, and especially if you're so comfortable on it on Keep
yeah. I
QX.
think it's definitely a comfort pick.
Yeah, but I am really
Yeah, it's a
surprised
monster
that
win rate.
Lulu fell all the way through. But saying
Exactly.
that, Darcy does get the Pantheon, right? So I think that
Yeah,
does rationalize why Green Squad didn't pick the Lulu because I think Pantheon just stomps Katarina. Like I think it's incredibly rough for Dandy
yeah,
that
unplayable.
matchup. And Darcy
Yeah,
does play a lot of
agree.
Pantheon, right? So I think they were scared that the Pantheon was gonna get banned, so they prioritized that over that Lulu. And
And it's another difficult lane to get out of ganks there with the Pantheon.
yeah.
It's point and click stun. It's not very fun to play against.
Yeah. Unless it's something, unless they lane swap Katarina top or something. But actually, Katarina to Darius also sounds pretty bad.
Yeah.
So,
Just ultra comfort pick here for the mid laner, but I respect it, and hopefully we get some pop off games.
yeah, like,
Um,
this is more hype, right? Maybe we get a pop up from Dandy. He's had enough of playing the scale back, the scale lane control mage on the Victor. He's saying, all right, I've had enough. I'm going to play my Katarina now.
I don't want me nine this.
Yeah. And we're going
So
to,
look at
so reverting to the Vel'Koz again.
mm-hmm.
Um,
who are we hoping for jungler here? What do
for,
you think?
hmm, I mean, I don't know. So as a jungler, they probably do want some more engage, right? If
Mhm.
you're Goon Squad. So honestly, maybe just like an engaged tank jungler. And we're gonna see Nasus in the top lane into Darius, which is, I think Nasus is one of the few champions that can stand up to the Darius after a while. Obviously, early game is super rough, but when he
Super
hits,
rough.
yeah, when he hits like level 6, even if he has no stacks, like when he has ult and Shin, I think he can actually win. But obviously he's gonna have to basically go down like 20, 30 CS early game, just farm with E.
Yeah,
And
or you
Ro,
can get a Q tech every now and then.
yep, and Ro picked up here, very strong meta champion right now, and something like a Ro Katarina could be very scary, combo wise. Lucian Ro as well, really scary lane. And
Zin's out
Xin
as
Zhao,
a fifth pick here. That's huge. We've seen that pop up heaps in the LPR recently,
yeah,
as they've been paying on the latest patch,
yeah,
where tag and stuff have been nerfed,
yeah,
and it's doing really well. It's doing really well. It's a niche pick that's been outside of the usual Hecker and Rudir.
yeah.
It's been one of those picks that's when both those are banned, they start picking those. So excited to see Mr. Grey pilot this champ.
Hmm. Yeah, that will be interesting. And he does have a very, strong early gank presence. Very strong skirmishes around Crab as well. Definitely gonna,
Yeah.
outduel a Sejuani in the early game. Um, so it's
And
interesting.
the build, the Zin's out build now is I'm pretty sure full crit, and that's exciting. Yeah, I'm
Right.
pretty sure it's just shield versus Reaper, and you sort of try and one shot their backline.
Yeah.
We may even see lethality, but I doubt that. But yeah, the main build that we're seeing right now is shield bow.
Hmm. Yeah, so we have a very
So
interesting dynamic here. So Goon Squad have a super strong top side, right? Like they have Darius Pantheon versus Nasus Katarina and like a Zinjao, right? That's
mhm.
a heavily winning top side. But then if you look on the bottom side, we have for Zwang a Lucian Rel, which will probably be able to abuse the Vel'Koz Jinx early, right? They're not gonna be like Vel'Koz normally wants to poke out a lane, but I don't think that Vel'Koz can walk up against the Lucian Rel. And Rel providing such a good gank setup for Sejuani as well. So we might see, a very heavy, strong, weak side dynamic this game from both teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would you favor scaling wise this game?
Scaling wise, well, they've got DK, right? I mean, infinite scaling. It's just how it works. I'm pretty sure.
True.
No, honestly, I think Goon Squad have it here. Just Jinx is pretty broken.
Yeah.
Despite the Pantheon Katarina, if they can sort of just lock down Katarina when she tries to jump on Jinx, she just gets knocked up by Vel'Koz, stunned by the Pantheon. I think Jinx can sort of just wipe their team. But then again, they do have the win con where they can sort of just dive onto the Jinx quite easily. They've got Rel into Sejuani, which is a huge combo. You can pocket stun super quickly. So you've got 3 different melee champs to pocket stun as well. So let's see, but Lucian just doesn't scale well. Katarina doesn't scale well. Their scaling comes from Nasus and him winning a split push, but it's either going to be a quick stomp for Zhuang, or it's going to be a long drawn out game where I think Green Squad will take it if it reaches the 30-40 minute mark.
Right. Well, there is a chance that Katarina pops off, right? And if the Katarina does get super fed, then the Jinx suddenly isn't that safe.
Yeah.
And yeah, they do have potentially a lot of dive potential onto the Jinx. So, like late game, if the Jinx falls, then it's kind of over for Goon Squad, right? Then they're kind of screwed because then the Nasus has basically no threat onto him. Like, I'm confident that a Katarina Lucian will be able to deal with Vel'Koz very easily, even in the late game.
Yeah.
So it all depends on this Jinx. If this Jinx falls, then I think Goon Squad's comp just falls apart.
Yeah, and I hope we see a pretty early engage from Rel onto this 2v2, because I think otherwise they just get poked out by Vel'Koz and the Jinx W, sorry.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a difficult lane unless they win that 2v2 early, which they should be able to.
Yeah.
Lucian's favored in the early game. Rel is as well. We'll see how it plays out.
So yeah, that's the thing. Even though Lucian is a very strong early game champion, we don't really see him picked bot lane that much in pro play, just because he gets outranged actually by a lot of meta picks. So, like, Jinx will probably be actually fine into the Lucian, but what is scary is the fact that the Lucian has an engaged support for him to pair with. And then this Jinx and Vel'Koz in return will have to respect that a lot more.
Exactly. But Rel's an exciting champ to watch. Kind of broken, I think, right now as well.
Yeah.
Not going to know how that champ works, but
She does. She
cleanse
jumps
out
in
of Jinx
and
as
they
well.
die.
Yeah, the cleanse out of Jinx as well. Smart.
Yeah, very smart.
But does sort of leave them a bit more vulnerable to the Vel'Koz, especially a bit more vulnerable to just to ganks later on.
Yeah.
She doesn't have that barrier to have more protection.
But I really
And
like
the
the
Ignite
cleanse.
the Ignite TP Katarina
Ooh.
coming out as well.
That is confidence.
Hype.
That is hype.
That's confidence, especially into a Pantheon. Having no flash is going to be
Yeah. Well, I mean,
all or nothing.
honestly, I don't mind it because, honestly, Flash won't help against the Pantheon that Flash stuns you because you can't react to that anyway. And if the Pantheon
true.
decides to Flash stun you and the Xinjiao's there, you're just dead anyway, I think. So maybe you just opt into the Ignite and just try to just win those fights because of it.
Yeah, and all eyes are really on KipQX here to sort of support the mid laner a bit better than he did last game. Because otherwise, we might see a repeat again, unless he hovers mid lane often. I think he's got to sack bottom top as much. Well, top lane he can't really do much. I think that's 2v1 win regardless.
Yeah,
And bot lane, there is gang setup and there is options, but the peel from the Vel'Koz and Jinx might make it difficult for any sort of gang to work out from the river.
So I really like the cleanse take from Evo. Very smart decision there. And the Vel'Koz can replace it with the heal. So the only thing that can really happen from the ganks is if they target that Vel'Koz.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to do it fairly early because as we saw last game, if they wait too late for a Jinx and if the Jinx gets Kraken or something, then you can't just suddenly ignore her even in a 3v2. Then the Jinx will actually be able to free hit and take you out.
Yeah, Jinx is broken. But I'm hoping to keep QX does some early ganking in the mid lane here.
Yeah.
really help out Katarina, because I think Katarina getting ahead is the guaranteed win con here. She gets ahead,
Yeah.
it's
And-
all over.
Yeah, that will snowball towards bot lane, right? Just constant roams.
Yeah,
Then suddenly Jinx and Vel'Koz can't just push in and poke anymore. They have to play super scared.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I think it's a
little-
smart fleet footwork choice out of Nasus as well.
Yeah.
Favoring to try and stay in lane as long as possible. Because he just needs to scale and win that side lane. That's all he's got to do in this game.
You know, when he gets that Sunder, I think like kind of no matter how far behind, he'll just start winning.
Yeah.
And even just a Sheen. Yeah. So he's gonna get pulled in.
Oh.
But a little bit of poke. And oh, nice trade by Dandy. He dodges
Oh.
that Q.
Yeah. Huge.
And like you can
Oh, and
see,
we're
even though
looking for
Dandy
another
played that.
gank
Oh yeah, here we go. Here comes
QQX coming
QQX.
in.
Dandy has no E to block either.
Two in there. Two in.
Oh,
Oh,
the
unlucky.
flash was a
stun.
bit late. Stun goes
Oh,
down
that's
though,
not
but
good.
they are still gonna kill him though. First blood goes over to Dandy,
Oh,
and
and
Mr.
you think
Grey
the
might be in
stun
trouble
goes
here. Dandy gets a double kill.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Go next. No, I'm just kidding.
And Sweaty Jeans is
Sweaty
gonna
Jeans.
ghost down. He is probably gonna get a counter kill, but
Oh, he messed up his Q. Oh, that's unfortunate. But
you still definitely take that, right? If you're Zwang.
yeah, you definitely take those. Absolutely. We still got a TP in the mid lane
Yeah.
available. That's flashing right down. I just want to see repeat gank after repeat gank from Sejuani here.
And like you know, as we
Really
said,
unlucky with that W there. But
yeah,
yeah. Sorry, yeah.
yeah. As we said anyway, Dandy, he's had enough. He's showing us why
Yeah.
he's so confident on this Katarina, and you can see just by the way he played that trade. You know, he's definitely very confident on the champion.
Exactly.
And Immerse,
But I think all eyes on the mid lane.
Immerse though, you gotta feel for him. The wave is slow pushing towards the Darius with double buffs. So
Yeah, I'm not trying to stack over here, but
Dandy now with those double. Oh no, Dandy is gonna get ganked by Mr. Grey. Oh, Mr. Grey is gonna flash, but nice defense from KipQX, and I think
great
they're both
save.
gonna
That's all we
get
needed
it.
from last game.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is all we needed from last game. Is KipQX sort of hovering the mid lane.
Yeah.
Really stopping any sort of pressure out of those Inzao. Because Inzao is not going to look anywhere besides mid lane. I think he can maybe gank top, but beyond that, he's going to be sitting mid lane the entire game. And KipQX has sort of realized that now, and he's playing this game really well.
You can see though, Sweaty Jeans playing that top lane really well, holding the freeze there. There's really nothing Immerse can do, and Mr. Grey is realizing that Immerse has to step up, and he does get spotted on the
I
wall.
hope he holds his pace.
Yeah,
See if he realizes that that's what he can do.
yeah, he is.
Just sit there.
Yeah, he
Keep
is.
Nass on 39 stacks. Brutal.
Yeah, he's just holding this freeze, and there's nothing Immerse can do. Double buff Darius. as
Sejuani
well.
realized that he's susceptible to ganks and is coming to hover. It's a great play out of him.
Yep.
I think he's going to help break the freeze actually, which is also very
Yeah.
good.
But this is scary though, because Mr. Grey's here. They might just
Oh,
lose a
lose it
2v2 fight.
Oh,
Immerse gonna ghost out. KipQX trying to get out. And I think you just leave it. Oh, Immerse actually gonna turn it around onto Mr.
big
Grey.
big game.
DK gets the stack onto Mr. Grey, but Sweaty, you would assume. Oh, Dandy's here first on the roam
Oh,
actually.
Dandy, yeah.
And that's huge.
Well played, Yi.
And Dandy picks up the kill on a killing spree now. That's the mid gap coming in. Katarina first on the roam.
And you can really see the comfort out of KipQX here on this champion. He's really playing this well. He knows his rotations,
Yep.
knows his timing, knows his ability as well. The damage that comes out off that E-proc, really helping Nasus just destroy isn't out there.
And Nasus gets the plus 12. Most importantly on the kill. So,
Exactly.
big scaling.
True. Plus 12.
But we can see when we pan out into the bot lane, kind of an island this game. Pretty even CS, but Jinx actually slightly ahead. So as we said, like, even though Lucian gets turbo outscaled, he actually loses the lane as well to Jinx.
We also need Rel to be doing more, I think. It's sort of the onus is on them to make the engages here with the Rel.
Yeah.
Because sitting back won't really work, especially later. when Jinx has 2 or 3 items.
Yeah.
Is one-shotting your entire team.
Both teams playing macro pretty well this game, honestly. Both recognizing that top was in trouble for Nasus, so Mr. Go was looking to capitalize on it, and KipQX knew that and tried to break it as well. And oh, KipQX doesn't have ult though, so not much pressure on this gank. And actually, Arena has to be careful, gets rooted up, but is gonna survive. Oh, here comes Dandy.
Work?
They do get the flashes out. But other than that, they're gonna have to be careful. Now here comes the Pantheon, not a little bit awkward ankle-wise though. And oh, Nasus team.
Okay, this is
Honestly, I think the Darius should have just let that go, because Immerse would have lost so much there. Because the bot lane
yeah.
play was
And that
kind
was
of
really yucky. I'm not sure where that TP was going. I didn't actually see on the map, but
yeah. So I
TPing
think,
when a wave's on your tower is not ideal.
yeah, I think Immerse will be pretty happy that he got cancelled actually, because now he gets that wave. He would have lost like 3 or 4 waves.
Yeah. And again, we're kind of seeing KipQX sort of more focusing on this jungle area, but he's more focusing on supporting his lanes rather than taking
Yeah.
that power farming role.
Yeah, which is,
sort
you
of more
know,
of an extended style.
which is exactly what he should do under Sedrani, so he is playing this pretty well, I think.
Exactly.
And Nasus now does have the Sheen. So I don't think they will get randomly 1v2'd anymore by Darius. Although I
No.
always seem to think that against Darius, and it happens, so you never know.
Exactly.
And here comes KipQX, the Wither goes down and Ghost is popped.
Go Shredder, you take those.
And like,
That's sitting on 100 stacks right now.
yeah.
It's not
And,
bad.
oh no, no, he's
Not great.
Mr. Grey is coming in though for the gank, and this Nasus might be in trouble here.
He should try 2v1. There's no way he gets out.
He pops the Ghost in, but no, he's just gonna get dunked and gets taken out. So that's gonna be.
I think at that
kill.
point, just try to get the CS and or try and get it.
Try to get a few stacks off before you die.
Yeah, exactly. Make it a good death.
Yeah, making good death.
Um,
True. But in return, KipQX
And you
trying to force the dragon in return, because they do see the Zinjao top. Mr. Grey is gonna
Exactly.
trade for the
and
Herald.
Sort of spamming right now. Please take dragon. I just got ganked top.
True.
Oh,
Tabba. And oh, the knockup does
Oh,
land
great.
from the rail. Oh no, but the
Oh,
rail
going
yoinks.
from the rail.
You know, the support needs some credit sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Arena just needs to do that last order just for the just in case.
Yeah, Just secure it, secure it.
Yeah, really.
Kill secured.
That's okay. That's okay. Kill's a kill.
Yep.
And the wave crashed in the tower, denying him a decent amount of CS as well.
And it was still
Overall
a nice.
win.
It still was a nice roam in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Won't flame him too hard.
Yeah. And well, let's see. Bot lane still even, which AMO will be
looking for a
very
gank.
happy. It comes in Jiao.
He's gonna react as soon as he sees him and head down there. Yeah.
Yep, so nothing gonna come of the gank. And looks like Mr. Grey is gonna go Eclipse this game. So,
He is going that lethality build.
so not shield bow.
Another one I've seen is Frostfire Gauntlets in Zhao.
Oh.
I think Self-Made played the other day. It's okay.
And Arena goes down.
Oh, downtown from Jinx.
Yep.
Hits him with the rocket.
And Dandy teleport not gonna be able to do much with it either. So nicely played there. That's the Vel'Koz and Jinx. Vel'Koz power. That was mostly Vel'Koz and into the Jinx snipe. And Immerse now has the early Bramble. And low-key he might be able to win now. Let's see. Like, I don't know.
I think he underestimated the tower a little bit, but
Maybe.
I think he's got to fight while Funny Jeans has Ghost down, obviously. But I think he could take a fight right now, I think, at the
Yeah.
minute. But
I think if he sees the Darius Q or like Darius miss E, I think he can try going. But honestly, there's no risk. Like, there's no point of taking the risk, right? But
yeah.
he might be able to. But we'll see. Maybe he's waiting for
Do
level
it.
9.
Nice God,
I think in level 9, then it's guaranteed almost. But here comes Dandy. Dandy, oh, beautiful.
Oh, that's so much damage.
So much
My
damage coming
God.
in. And that's just gonna be killed.
He's
This
really popped
Katarina.
off.
Yep, we did say it, the Katarina pop-off win condition, and it's happening.
Yeah.
Keep
They couldn't really
QX.
execute that stun mid comp that they were going for.
Yep.
Uh,
And you can
and
see
I'm going to
it.
give the all the on to Kid QX, man.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. He's everywhere he needs to be at all times.
Yeah,
He's
he
really
is.
good.
He is actually, and you can see that mid jungle synergy coming in. But
Mhm.
really nicely done from both mid and jungle, and yeah, Kip QX as well. Yeah, he's been everywhere, and every time that Nasus's lane has been in trouble and pushing out, he's been there to help break the freeze.
Yeah.
Which is very impressive. And
We'll see if this jungle mid diff can be enough to stop the bot and top diff that's going on right now.
yeah,
Um,
I mean, honestly, Immerse won't be too upset with
Nah,
being
he's chilling.
with 60 CS, right? Like, I mean, that's just how the matchup goes.
mhm.
So, bot lane though, Evolve though
He's
is
getting outranged. He's
Yeah.
getting outranged.
yeah, like you can see Jinx just stays in rocket form and Lucian cannot hit it. There's nothing he can do unless he dashes in, but he can't dash in against the Vel'Koz with E up. And Dandy sees that Xinjia's bot lane, so goes aggressive mid lane. Immerse gonna yoink a plating here. Gonna take 2 tower shots. Darius angrily
James-
stride
Oh,
breakers.
he was looking. He was looking.
Yeah, he was, but he did not have Ghost. I think if he had Ghost, he definitely pops it there.
Yeah.
And bot lane, Evolve gonna get some plating.
Alex walking up here. I don't think he can.
Keep QX trying to get the Herald. Is he gonna get it? Oh, he does get it.
Oh,
And this Darius might go down to the Nasus now. Nasus gets the stack. Can he kill the
he
Pantheon
can- he
actually?
can with it.
Oh! No, he does just
Oh.
go down to Darcy. And then
Oh, and Jinx just killed Lucian in the bottom. You missed that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we did miss that. But so here we go again. Like, I don't know, like Immerse did get the kill and the shutdown onto Darius. So I think he'll be pretty happy with that. And they did
Yeah,
get the
definitely.
Herald. Did they pick up the Herald? Yeah, they did pick up the Herald as well. So they might be able to knock down one of the tier 1 towers with that. So
oh, so I should have quick replay and Jinx killed Lucian with a snipe in the rocket again. He was on
Oh.
not near tower,
Evolve.
recalling.
Evolve's rockets have been deadly.
On point.
Yep. And this
What's your time wrap, by the way?
14, 32, 33, 34.
Yeah, yeah, so-
Yeah, I think if you just click on live, it will auto sync. Yeah, so, and this Jinx now has a huge lead, right? He has the Kraken Slayer. So similar to last game, it's Kraken Slayer versus components, right? So
Exactly.
Goon Squad has
Oh, that's huge.
Katarina. Oh, big engage. Really nicely played. And here comes the combo into the Katarina. Oh boy, Katarina picks up that shutdown. That was a beautiful engage by Arena there.
Mm.
Huge.
Oh.
Oh, cannon. Oof. But yeah, ignoring
Yeah,
that, like yeah,
Minus 12.
that's huge though. Dandy picks up the big shot. I think Dandy just got like 900 gold injected into him. So
Mhm.
this
He's gonna be so
Katarina
far ahead.
is snowballing out of control. He's gonna have Nash's tooth definitely when he recalls, and
Yeah, he's got sitting on a hit.
yeah,
Yeah, he's sitting on 2k gold here.
you would
I
expect
think
he,
he should get a recall.
yeah,
off
you would
the play.
expect he shoves this and recalls.
Yeah.
So that was big that they got that
8K
shutdown on
gold.
Jinx.
Mhm.
And Dandy, not gonna
And he's
reset.
not recalling.
He's worth a lot of gold right now, so he has to be careful. Yeah, there he goes. Eclipse bought by the Xinjiao.
And how do they kill this Katarina? What's the how are they gonna shut him down?
Well, I mean, they do have a lot of like that's the thing. They have the point and click CC from the Pantheon and Darius. So Katarina, it's not like she can just go in 1v9, right? But the thing is, she has plenty of champions to set up for her. She has Rel, she has Sejuani, she has Nasus to be a bit annoying on the front line. So Dandy can definitely buy his time this game. And if he does that properly, it's gonna be pretty hard to see how they can deal with him.
Yeah.
And Sweaty, Kip QX just gonna get out. Oh, Immerse is feeling it though. And Immerse is gonna engage here, but we have to look on the minimap. Dandy is coming in. Dandy is coming. Dandy, here comes the Katarina, and Katarina is just gonna clean this up. Here it
Yeah.
goes. And that's a triple.
See
Kip's
why.
gonna bleed out, but it does not matter. So very nicely baited there by Immerse and Kip QX. They knew that Katarina was coming. And this
And
is
this is
just,
where the Katarina is really going to take over the game. I don't know
yep.
how they can put it down later on.
Yeah.
They got to pray Jinx and stay alive, but I think at this point, even with the even goals, Katarina can sort of wipe their team
Yeah, this is the
without
monstrous.
any sort of 26 PC.
Exactly. And Vel'Koz gonna come out. Arena might know. Nope. Gets culling. The culling deters the Vel'Koz, and Dandy picks up another kill. Jesus, this Katarina is huge. This is the
Yeah.
monstrous Katarina
down,
you
yeah.
see in solo queue that just 1v9s.
Exactly. We might get a Katarina ban next game, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely at this point, right? And you know, Dandy's been, yeah, truly brutal on this Katarina, really popping off. But we also have to credit the rest of the team because they've done really well to set him up this game.
Exactly. But I think seeing the Katarina, they should have focused more on having some hard CC lockdown in the jungle,
Yeah,
rather than sort of kill threat from Mr. Grey. They have enough damage versus the team. I think Mr. Grey doesn't really add much with the Xin Zhao.
yeah.
I think more of the CC lockdown,
So honestly,
sort of like the Skarner, that sort of thing,
Skarner,
would really,
the resident Skarner main, just advertising Skarner again.
yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah,
Skarner.
Skarner would actually unironically be really
Unironically, yeah.
And like, if you can't play the Skarner, like even something like a Udi or a Volibear would actually be good, right? With point and click
exactly.
CC to just slap.
Yeah.
So that is very true. So now, saying that, gold lead not that big. Right? Only 1k actually. Although they do have the first two dragons. And
Yeah.
this is going to be a useful dragon as well.
Yeah.
So... And oh, teleport coming in from the Katarina, and Immerse suddenly going to turn this around. And honestly, Immerse probably definitely beats the Darius right now. Katarina actually got cancelled, but
Yeah.
you can see Immerse God is doing a lot of damage to the Darius and just takes him down, and Mr. Grey's going to fall soon.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Dandy's just dove the Jinx in the tower. And oh, here comes the flash stun. Really nice dodge by Dandy. And Dandy trying to juke out, but no, the shutdown does go into Pantheon. But honestly, you're not that sad that the 1k goes to the Pantheon.
Exactly. Pantheon really can't really do much with it.
Yeah. Now, like, if the
He
1k...
can build more. Yeah.
Yeah, like, if the
The 1k did go to Jinx, it
Exactly.
would have been really helpful for that team, but that's okay. You take those anyway.
So with that, Zwang opened their lead a little bit more. 2k now. Katarina did lose Magi stacks, I believe. I don't know if she had Magi's before she died.
I'm not sure either.
But that is a thing now. She has bought the Magi's. And Magi's now, with the whole mythic thing, because it counts as a mythic, it's slightly less risky than it used to be. Like, even on 0 stacks, it's not that bad. It's probably like 60% efficient on 0 stacks. Which isn't terrible, honestly.
Yeah.
Because if you have like one good team
Exactly.
fight, you instantly get like 10 to 15 stacks. And it just becomes turbo.
Yeah, exactly. And Dandy knows he has to 1v9 this game.
Yeah.
If he wins, gets one team fight, one triple kill, he's now 100 AP more. And that just goes out of control, more than it already is.
Yep, and the Mountain Drag gonna go down. I think this Nasus 100% wins the side lane now. Immerse can probably
Yeah,
just
I'm
look
hoping he
for it.
W's him and just runs him down.
Yeah. Give the Darius treatment to the Darius.
Exactly. Just do it to him, Immerse God. Okay, he wants to stack, fair enough.
I mean, that's also fair enough, you know? When there's a cannon in front of you as Nasus, you just have to go for it. And Sweaty Jeans
Exactly.
is gonna
Oh,
face
behind
check
it.
the Katarina, and oh my god, look at that damage. Carlin gonna go down, he's gonna get gunned down. Sweaty Jeans goes down. And Baron is up, but I don't know if they're gonna go for it. Probably not the good, and oh, nice flash there by Vel'Koz, dodges the Sedvanio. So it's really gonna be if this Jinx can somehow survive Katarina, but it's gonna be a tough ask, right? Dandy is so big.
Yeah, Katarina, look, you can see her just hovering there, just keeping them all away.
Yeah.
You come close to me, I'm gonna one-shot you.
Yeah.
Okay, strange jump over the wall there. I guess they don't want to stolen.
Yeah. Mr. Grey does have flash. They are going to turn it. They don't want to flip it. Kip QX going in. Mr. Grey is probably going to get taken down. No, you can see the power of that Xin Zhao.
Great flash.
Avov did get withered, and Mr. Grey, Rel randomly died in the
Wait,
backside.
I didn't know that.
I don't know. And then
Oh,
playing this
here's
front
the
to Rel, and here
Jinx.
comes the Jinx. Jinx is going to come down. Avov
Oh my
gets stacked.
God.
Though.
And that's what they were doing.
That was a beautiful front to back
And that's
fight
the
by
win con
Green
right
Squad.
I'm not sure how Rel died there, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not
Maybe
sure.
Red Smite?
Maybe. Or maybe to
Red
Baron?
Smite. Yeah, look.
But
I personally think they should have just taken the Baron, not sort of flip the fight in their jungle on the Xin Zhao as well. Use everything on him. I think
Sejuani does
flipping obviously is
outswipe
only
the Xin
difficult,
Zhao.
but yeah.
So, either way, that was a very nice front to back, very well played by Avo.
It's going to be a huge change of pace here from the tempo coming out of Zhuang. Now they don't have any. They sort of lose that lead they had sort of on the back foot. Karen's going to be a bit more afraid to go in.
Yeah.
Um,
So it was a bit of a disjointed fight. It wasn't as structured as normal, so we'll see how Zhuang goes in a more structured fight. Because again,
I think that
the
yeah.
conditions are very similar. It's all on the Jinx. If Jinx falls, it's over. And, you know,
and they realize
although,
that they're funneling Jinx now,
yeah, exactly.
giving all jungle camp.
Yeah, and although Jinx got more kills and more damage, she didn't get more tanky, right? So, Arena knockup is going to land onto the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz goes down. And Dandy did ult though. Immerse God.
Hit premature out of Merce God there. But
He's going to be able to stack the Grump quicker though. Worth.
yeah, exactly worth. That's plus 12.
Yep. And he will have the ult for Mountain anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. And Kip QX, is he going to look for an ult onto this Jinx? Jinx is caught out. Jinx does have
I'm not
cleanse.
sure what he's doing.
Yep, and Avov gets caught out there. And now all of a sudden, the comp falls apart. And Xin Zhao gets shut down as well. They're going to be able to push mid, maybe get an inhibitor of this.
Jinx not really respecting that the long range of the QR there. Difficult to dodge, especially as a non-mobile champion. But you really got to sit back and not be in that sort of cut-off position for the rest of your team.
Yeah. No, they're not going to push for the inhibit, looks like. I guess the Vel'Koz does offer quite good wave clear, so it'd be pretty hard. And now it's just going to be a countdown for that dragon, basically. About a minute till dragon. And Dandy has hit those fabled 10 stacks now. So Dandy does have the move speed from it. So the 10 stacks gives that 10% move speed, so that's a big spike on the Medjais.
Yeah. And despite the rough early start, Merce God really stacking well. I think he's on like 500 right now, and counting, which is pretty good hitting the 25-minute mark, especially against a Darius.
Yeah.
You really want to be chasing that sort of, what it'd be like double the amount of stacks per minute, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the losing matchup, I think that's really good from him.
Yeah, and he, like, you know, as we said, he was 30 CS down, like, well, TP coming in.
They just want to secure the pit now.
Yeah.
They realize Dragon here is their win con.
Yep.
Mountain Dragon win con, as some people would say.
And it's going to be a bit of a standoff here. Arena getting pretty low, though. Does have some fruit, can't really get to it, though. And this
Arena's got the flash soon. I think he's waiting for that, and then he's going to go for an engage.
This is very tense standoff. Arena gonna go in. A bit awkward here. Mr. Grey splits up the fight. Dandy is in trouble. They are playing the front to back really well. Dandy is low. Avov is still alive, which is the main thing. Immerse going... Yep, Amis is going a bit too far here. And Arena is looking... No, Dandy does go in. Dandy's gonna pop up and kill them instantly. And look That was beautiful. Look at that healing from the Riftmaker. I thought Dandy was dead there.
Yeah,
But then you
that
can
was insane. He got
see.
the Triumph Pulse, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
And you
really
can
took that fight into his own hands.
Yeah, and you can see that Omnivent with the Riftmaker coming in clutch there. I think he must have gone down to like 100 or 200 HP at one point, and instantly life steals it back up. And
That's what I want to say. Ballsy play. It's like Kaiser last game, really sort of taking these fights into their own hands. Really not waiting for their team to sort of support them. Just, let's do it. I'm going to 1v9 this game. I'm going to take over. And great performance out of Dandy, especially after that game 1.
yeah,
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
and now all of a sudden that's Mountain Soul going over towards Zwang. So this game definitely heavily favoring them now. So, so let's see if they can close out well with this Baron.
Yeah. Just a fun fact, Mansell has the highest win percentage in pro play.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah, when you get it. Yeah. Surprising, but true. I read it on Reddit. Someone posted it there. I know.
Wait, wasn't
Bit
it?
of research
I thought,
and everything.
I thought it was a Cloud Soul. Wasn't Cloud Soul?
No, I'm pretty sure Mansell.
Oh, okay.
There's no way it's not.
No, I thought there were like some people memeing that Cloud Soul, like
So,
even
yeah.
though everyone knows it's the
It was
worst
like Mountain
Soul.
Ocean in front of the cloud.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just remember some people memeing about like even though everyone knows Cloud Soul's the worst one.
He wasn't
it
the
had,
worst,
like-
but they're pretty sure Mansell was.
Yeah, and it had like the highest win rate randomly. But and Avo building the Lord Doms, happy to see that. Good build from the Jinx.
And the gold's still really close though.
Yeah.
I think that's important to note. They're 10 kills up.
Yeah.
4 dragon.
And,
There's only 1k gold in it.
Oh my god,
and I'm
look at
not
that.
sure that's
Oh my god, Danny. Danny's just killing them all. Is this gonna be a Penta?
yeah.
Triple? Was that a
Where's
Penta?
Penta?
Darcy's
Where is
still
it?
up. Give it to him, give
Penta
it to him,
kill.
guys. Give it to him. Danny
Penta
going in.
kill.
Oh no, he gets taken out. No. Ah, the Penta. Almost the Penta.
Just report team right there. I think
Report
Dandy.
team.
That was your pentakill.
Report team, no peel.
Dandy in the old chat. FF. Wow.
FF.
And they do FF.
God damn.
Wow. That's a real power move. That's a huge power move. Oh, it failed 1-4.
But beautiful pop off there by Dandy. That was huge. And Immerse God celebrating, dying to fountain. Oh, are they gonna end, guys? Oh, they are hitting the Nexus. Is Osman gonna end? Okay, they do end. They're making it a
Okay,
little bit close.
That's good. Yeah. Well, game 2 going over to Zwang here.
Yeah, so that's
Really
gonna-
well played.
We're gonna get the series tied up now. So 1-1 to both. Pop off there by Dandy. Very nice parting by Kip QX early game as well. Good supportive effort from the team as well. So really nicely done. So yeah, we'll see you back soon for game 2.
I just need to clear my. I just need to. I just need to clear my. I just need to. I just need to clear my. Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much.
feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world.
Alright, and welcome back to the final game, everyone. Unfortunately, I've lost my fellow co-caster, but it's alright. We will make do. So, the series is tied up now. Zwang, Goon Squad, 1-all each. And we've had some two very close games with some very, very close skirmishes. And last game we saw Dandy popping off on that Katarina. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets through Champ Select again. So no, it does not. As expected, Katarina is banned out. So final ban for Immerse God. I mean, no, not final ban. Second ban. It's gonna be the Jinx. Jinx taken out, which is nice. Respecting Evolve's Jinx. Kai'Sa is still up though. Tristana and Jinx are gone. So what would the final ban here be?
Who questions my ability?
And Wukong again. I think that's Immerse God's comfort pick, so it does make sense. It's interesting that they didn't choose to leave Wukong up and maybe pick like a counter pick like a Malphite into it. But I suppose if Immerse is very confident on it, it's worth taking it out. And we're gonna see that Malphite from game 1 coming in again. So, are they gonna be able to counter this Malphite? Maybe something like a Silas that's up, right? Will that be able to be counted? We'll have to see, because Malphite is picked. And that Malphite did do work from Darcy in game 1. Vladimir picked up here. Now that is a very nice lane for Vladimir. It's kind of a free lane for this Vladimir to scale up. But Malphite can always be flexed into top lane, and now instead we're going to see Nasus locked in again. Darius is up again, but Immerse God is showing that he is not afraid of that matchup at all, and is more than happy to just scale up. Sejuani picked up here. Now Kane is up for Mr. Grey this time, so will we see a similar draft to game 1 from Goon Squad? We'll have to wait and see. And yes, the Kane is going to get locked in from Mr. Grey, and this time Red Kane will be very effective into Sejuani and Nasus. Red Kane loves being able to chew through some tanks and basically just use them for lifesteal. Now what would be the return pick here in the top lane? Will we see the Darius again from Sweaty Jeans, or will we see a Cho'Gath perhaps? Nope, they're going to pick the Ashe instead. So they're going to pick ADC here. Interesting that they didn't go for the Kai'Sa with A evolved. I would have thought a Kai'Sa would fit the Malphite very well to be able to dive in after it. And even Red Kane being able to apply the plasma for her. But no, they're going to go for Ashe. Bot lane, they're going to pick Lucian again. I would assume it's bot lane, but that's the thing about Lucian. It can be a flex pick. Maybe Dandy plays at mid as well, but I would assume it's bot lane again because I don't know if you want to pick the Lucian into Malphite in the mid lane. Lucian would win out a lot early, obviously in that matchup, but the Malphite After he basically gets his first back, the Lucian can't do much damage anymore. And there's the Darius ban again. Well, not again, there's the first Darius ban actually, but that does make sense since they didn't pick a third, right? So, Darius gets taken out from Sweaty. And what is Goon Squad gonna respond with here? Final ban. Oh no, second last ban coming out. And
Absolutely.
Vladimir ban. So they did hover the Vladimir for like a little bit, so maybe they got scared of it. Or maybe it is quite obvious in the draft that they would pick it. So probably a ban against Dandy. And what is Zwang gonna respond with here? Urgot gonna ban. So Urgot into Nasus, probably pretty rough for Nasus, so does make sense there.
I must not fall.
And Leona banned out again. We've seen that ban before in this series, so not much new there. So I would assume that Zwang picks support here to save counter pick for their mid lane. So that is one thing they haven't had this series. They have not had Dandy get counter pick yet. Actually, what they did have at game 1 with Victor into Malphite, but I don't think they knew it was Malphite mid. But no, they're gonna pick the Echo actually. So Dandy does reveal his mid laner, and Echo will actually do perfectly fine into Malphite because Echo can actually get priority against Malphite. Echo can just shove him in and look for roams. And Echo is, much less gank prone to a Malphite ult compared to something like a Victor from game 1. So they're not going to be able to just camp him as hard as game 1, right? Like Dandy can actually survive with his ult pretty handily. And they actually, I would argue that they probably don't have a lot of gank pressure into this Lucian. I mean Echo. So Malphite gonna have a lot of a harder time this game. Vel'Koz locked in again, so it seems like Meerkap's specialty, the Vel'Koz. Shen gonna be picked up now. So, very similar draft for Goon Squad to game 1. Apart from they have an Ashe instead of Kai'Sa. And Arena again had some very nice engages last game on the Rel, so is going to opt into that last it seems. And yep, so the Rel is going to get locked in by Arena. And that's all the compositions rounded out. So I really do like this Echo pick as an adaptation. Rather than going for the Victor again, he's going to have so much more survivability against this Malphite. And Malphite in general is going to have a lot less usefulness this game because we have Nasus, we have Sejuani, we have Rel, we have so much tanky champions, and we have the Echo, who's so slippery with his ultimate and potentially with his E. Malphite doesn't really have that many good targets this game. He basically can only target the Lucian, but then if the Lucian decides to, if the Lucian flashes it or manages to get his E off, and Lucian is one of the few champions that has a really fast ability, like a very fast dash to dodge out the Malphite ult. So Darcy's not going to have as easy of a game compared to game 1 as we load in. And, actually, no, as we wait for the 3-minute spectator delay. So I do like Zwang's draft a lot more this game probably compared to game 1. Overall, yeah, like, again, this Kayn, the only problem is probably this red Kayn could potentially be very scary. He does have a lot of melee tanky champions to heal off. But if this Lucian gets rolling decently, then it won't be as much of a problem. But Mr. Grey does have a chance to really pop off this game. And this Ashe and Vel'Koz though, they're going to have a rough time against this Echo. They do have the Shen ult to kind of save them there, which will be nice. But Dandy will be relatively free this game to crawl all over Ashe and Vel'Koz. I would assume he's going to have a lot of priority as well. And as we saw last game on that Katarina, he was there first to a lot of these skirmishes. So he's definitely going to look to repeat that on this Echo this game. And if he can do that, there's a lot of gank setup. Like Nasus with his W, if he roams together with Kip QX, with the rel engage as well, he has so much to set up his W stun. So that could be very scary. And yeah, Malphite cannot hope to contest shove. Sure, he's not gonna die to the Echo, but Echo can just ignore him. And when Echo hits that level 5, and I believe that's when it one-shots the range minions with his level 3 Q, then he's probably gonna be free roaming all across the map. And scaling wise is pretty even, I would say. So this Kayn is going to be turbo scaling into that team comp. But then again, they have a Nasus as well. Ashe definitely would favor over Lucian and Vel'Koz, right? If they front to back well. This Ashe and Vel'Koz could definitely pop off. But then, scary thing, potentially, this Echo, right? Echo scales pretty well into the late game, actually. Despite being like an assassin. It's because he can cause so much disruption. He's an assassin with 2 lives, essentially. And as he gets those AP items, as he gets rolling, he can definitely pull out a lot of one-shots. And Kip QX again, he had very smart pathing last game, so let's see if he can repeat that this game. And as we load in, this is the hype matchup. We are 1 or tied in a best of 3. This is the decider match to see who stays in the winner's bracket and who has to go down and fight for 3rd place instead. And we are loading in now. So again, Darcy looks like he opted into Comet. And Sweaty Jean's actually opting into the Ignite again. But this time, Immerse is going to have teleport advantage in the top lane. And wow, we've loaded in super quickly again. Which is always nice. So let's see if there's any funky builds going on. No, it looks like standard builds from pretty much everyone. Darcy opting into the Doran shield. I don't know if he did that game 1. He probably did game 1 as well.
Welcome to Summoner's
And
Rift.
no cheeky invades either. Both teams don't really want to risk flipping it in game 3. So actually, Zwang again not really covering the bot side properly. So as you can see, normally you have someone stand here and someone stand here. So it looks like Dandy's kind of covering it, but that leaves this pocket exposed. So that is something maybe Zwang can try to work on, just with covering. And yeah, it is a best of 3.
Minions have spawned.
So all games apart from the finals, the very finals, will be best of 3. And yeah, we're gonna have an action-packed next 2 weeks, hopefully. So, we are starting in at the red buff, Kip QX. Gonna path downwards. It looks like Mr. Grey's opting for the Raptors, so that means he can go leashless, so they don't really know where the Kayn is, although they do kind of, it is pretty obvious, I think, that the Kayn has started Raptors if both lanes are not leashing. And you can see Ashe having the priority over Lucian early. Dandy hits level 2 first, is going to get a very nice trade onto Darcy, procs the electrocute as well. Good little Q there, feathered by Sameth. Although, in return, a nice little Q, or I believe it's Q, from Vel'Koz. Now in the top lane, Shen doesn't have the same kind of all-in pressure from Darius. Where if a Nasus overstays against a Darius can kind of pop Ghost and just run him down 100 to 0. Whereas a Shen can only really, you know, Shen heavily wins trades obviously, but he can't just keep following compared to a Darius. So I think Immerse will be slightly more happy in this matchup and will be able to stack a bit more efficiently early game. And some little poke going down in the mid lane, but Dandy has plenty of corrupting pots, so he won't really care about that. Immerse grabs the cannon. Big secure there. Plus 12. And yeah, Darcy just being annoying a little bit with the poke, but he doesn't really have the mana to keep it up. So it's not going to be that significant in the end. And a nice little engage by Arena. The stun is going to land onto A-Evolve, and A-Evolve has to be careful, has to burn the flash there. So you can see the potential of this Lucian role if you do not respect it. If you get into range of the engage, then we saw just what happens firsthand there. And you can see Echo's starting to get a lot of shove pressure out. Echo can basically just spam Q on the wave, and Malphite's forced to kind of wait on the tower. And Arena gonna get the flip off onto Ashe, and Ashe is gonna go down actually. And that's a 2v2 kill for Zhuang. So Zhuang's bot lane really showing up this game. Really nicely done there by Arena. And Dandy, very nice trade. You can see him Eing backwards to position so that the second part of the Q hits. Taunt lands onto Immerse. He has to be careful. Sweaty does have Ignite, so he is kind of in kill range if he lands one more taunt, I believe. Maybe not now. You can see that sustain from Fleet actually by Immerse. So never mind that. And you can see Nasus is actually pretty healthy now. Sweaty gets the grass proc, but not much else. So fairly steady game so far, apart from that 2v2 kill bot lane. And Immerse's lane is slowly pushing out, but Mr. Grey is on the other side of the map, so he won't be punished for this. And Taunt misses. Immerse hits level 6, but doesn't do anything. Has no items yet, so not enough damage. But Immerse will be very happy with how this lane is going, I would assume. Will he get the cannon though? I think he is scared of Mr. Grey being around, so he is playing safe there. But oh, he is gonna go for it, and he does get it. And this time, pretty decent CS lead for Lucian, although the wave is pushing towards Green Squad. So it'll be fairly even there. And you can see Dandy using his priority. Zhuang are able to get that first dragon. And oh, nice little trade by Dandy. But oh, Darcy is gonna ult in. Dandy does have ult up though, and Dandy is gonna ult. Darcy is gonna get stunned. The double stun comes in, but the Shen ult coming down as well, and they draw so much there. And Dandy gets out still. Really nicely played by Dandy. He draws so many ultimates, and he's actually going to go in. That might have been a bit too much because Mr. Grey does take him down. He got a little bit too hyped, but Immerse God is going to come in. Can he clean this up? Kip QX goes down to the Ignite, and Dandy played that really well initially, but he got a little bit too greedy at the end and gets punished for it. Mr. Grey still had ultimate. There is a chance that Mr. Grey only just hit level 6 off the wave, so it might have been unlucky timing as well. But But at the end of the day, at least, if you're looking for a silver lining for Zwang, Goon Squad did use quite a bit of ultimates there. And a lot of global pressure. Dandy is going to push mid again. Gets slowed up by Mr. Grey, but nothing's going to come of it. Mr. Grey does get some stacks off though. And bot lane, not much else happening. Wave's going to push towards Immerse. Immerse does have Sheen now. So Shen does have to respect Nasus if he misses taunt. He could actually get run down. You can see how annoying that Vel'Koz poke is as well. But they have let the Vel'Koz through every game, so clearly it's not annoying enough for a ban. But in the meanwhile, Immerse, let's take a check on his stacks. 135 at 8. He'll be pretty happy with that, I believe. And oops, stun is just gonna miss. Stun's gonna land actually on the Vel'Koz, but the culling gets interrupted by a nice E, and Awina just survives the Vel'Koz ult. Samus is gonna get out. No, he's gonna get Ashe ulted by A evolved, and oh my goodness, it's a trade. But in the end, it's a 1-for-2 in favor of Goon Squad there. Very close bot lane skirmishes. Nicely played by A evolve. His ult was very nicely held there to punish them after they overextended. But in return, KipQX, oh no, Meerkat flashes straight and the Sejuani ult does land. Top lane, Immerse God is going to get engaged on. Mr. Grey's going to go in and it looks like Immerse God's just going to get taken out here. No, he does lifesteal. No, he does get taken out. Immerse almost had enough lifesteal to survive, but no, he does get taken down. So a very nice gank by Mr. Grey. And Mr. Grey's been farming a lot of stacks this game. You'd assume he's almost transformed already. He's been in quite a lot of early skirmishes. Sweaty picks up the plating. About a 1.5, 1.7k gold lead for Goon Squad right now, which they will be happy with. One thing though, Nasus will hard outscale in the side lane. In just the side lane, he will outscale as he ramps up more of those stacks. And you can see this bot lane very volatile this game. Awina constantly looking for those engages onto that squishy bot lane. And Dandy playing relatively safe. I'd like to see Dandy maybe try to shove out a bit more and try to get some roams off in the bot lane. Because that Vel'Koz Ashe is very, very gankable. They basically have no mobility. So we'll have to see if Dandy can get that done. Immerse is going to go in. KipQX is here for the gank. Sweaty Jean is going to get stunned up. And it looks like this is just going to be a dead Shen. It's only a matter of time. Ult lands from KipQX. Give him the stack. They are trying to give him the stack, but is he going to get it? Yep, there it goes. Plus 12 goes down, and that's a shutdown to the Nasus. So big return gank there by KipQX. And we have quite a close game here. So objective is going to go towards Goon Squad. They are going to get the dragon. So a good trade there. Good awareness to trade that in return. And bot lane of Zwang are going to be very careful. They're going to have to be careful. They're going to have to respect this. Mr. Grey gets more stacks and Darcy does just ult Awina and they take her down. Good awareness from Darcy not to tunnel onto Lucian. Just goes for the guaranteed kill onto the rope. But in the meantime though, Immerse getting so much plating up there. This Nasus is actually huge. It's very rare that you see a Nasus with a CS lead. Or not quite a CS lead, but even in CS anyway. And he's just working his way towards that Sunderer. And the Rift Herald is going to get popped as well. And that's going to be all of that gold donated to Nasus. There's no way that the Shen can stop this. Oh, unless maybe there is. And there is actually, the Shen stops it. The Rift Herald actually got stuck there on Shen. I would have thought that was close enough for the Rift Herald to charge the tower. And it's clear that Kip thought that as well, but apparently not. And with that, that's a huge deny from the Shen. That's basically 600 to 800 gold denied away from that Nasus there. So very big play. And I was definitely not expecting that. And that's a big tilter if you're Immerse God and Kip QX if you're Zwang. But yeah, I don't know. That was very strange. You definitely can't blame Kip QX for that one. And at the end of that, it's only 500 gold separating this team. What a close last game. Very hype last game to finish it off here. Now, you can see that Comet Poke coming in from Darcy. Doesn't really do anything at this point. And Dandy's built up a quiet CS lead in the mid lane. About 20 to 25 CS up. Mr. Grey trying to go in onto this Echo. He does have form now. Knock up lands. Dandy does have ult. Shenot's coming in. Mr. Grey gets stunned, but you can see this Kane's already so tanky with the form. Immerse God's coming in though. A nice knock up there from Rel. Vel'Koz ult's coming in. Immerse God is going to pick up some stacks. Going to kill the Malphite. But he is going to get taken down in the end. And Arena is going to get taken down as well. And that fight going heavily towards Goon Squad. And I believe off screen as well, Samuth got taken out as well. So it looks like that's a huge pickup there by Goon Squad. They pick up that first fight and 2k gold lead now going over towards them. They do not get any objectives, but they get a lot of gold in their pockets. And the scary thing is, Mr. Grey now with the Gore Drinker, this Kane is huge. As I predicted in Champ Select, this is a really good red Kane game. He has just so many targets, like so many melee targets, and even Lucian is very low ranged. So he has so many targets to just lifesteal off. And this Echo probably is not fed enough to just one-shot burst him. So Mr. Grey is gonna have a field day this game. Darcy's just poking at this Echo, but the poke's kind of doesn't really mean much at this point. You can see he's still sitting on 3 corrupting potion charges.
Step up.
And Dandy gonna get the shove in. Now, you know, this Nasus is stacking, but if this Kane gets so far ahead, it's not really gonna matter. And there's a lot of potential for Goon Squad to front to back with their team composition. They have the Malphite to force fights. And Dandy gonna go in, proc the electrocute. Good little trade, but every time he goes for that trade, he puts himself in danger of getting ganked. And it looks like Goon Squad are here first for the dragon. They have full priority over bot lane. So they're gonna have to respond a bit late. Now Nasus does not have TP while Shen has ult, so it is a smart move by Zwang to give up this dragon.
Blue team has slain the dragon.
Nasus also has no way to interrupt the Shen ult. That being said, Immerse God, the side lane matchup is gonna go even more in favor of Nasus as the game progresses. And I believe he's backing for his Sunderer now, so that's a huge spike for him. And there it is. So let's see if Immerse can put his stacks to use this game. Teleport coming in from Dandy. Just gonna catch up this wave. Teleport doesn't matter as much on mid lane as compared to top lane. Generally. You can see Immerse kind of holding a freeze here. And KipQX is kind of walking towards top side. So maybe we'll see some action in about 30 seconds, but we'll see. And yeah, Sweaty's just in a very nervous spot, right, with the wave being held this close to Immerse's tower. So you can see, generally Green Squad have better control over River, which you would expect with their lead. So it's really going to be kind of a tale of Nessus versus Kayn, I believe. But the thing is, Kayn can, Nessus can kind of get kited by this Ashe fairly well. He'll probably run her down on his own. But the thing is, he won't be on his own. It won't be an isolated 1v1. You have the Vel'Koz kind of peeling her, providing a lot of damage, a lot of CC, a lot of slows. You have this Kayn as well hitting. So now KipQX going in, not gonna go for the ult. There's not much point against the Malphite. Malph can always just ult out. Ooh, Dandy has caught a evolve there. Ashe is gonna have to ult, but the ult's a little bit too late. Shan'Ot comes down, Dandy ults out as well. Now you would assume this Herald is going to hit this tower and knock it down. Yeah, Engage goes down though, and Samath is gonna get taken down by Mr. Grey. This Kayn is popping off right now. Conqueror is fully stacked and he's just gonna have a field day here. He's going to chase to his heart's content. Vel'Koz ult comes down and the Malphite Q follows, and that's 3 kills going over to Green Squad. Very nice engage there by Malphite. Dandy now. He's gonna go for this dive against the Ashe. He does not have ult to get out though. He has Zhonya's, so he is probably gonna be able to finish this out, but he won't be able to get out either. So 1-for-1 trade their bot lane. So Green Squad kind of taking control of this game right now. Gold lead is only about 2.5k though, so it's not over yet. And we'll have to see in more structured team fights how this plays out, which we'll probably see soon with the next dragon. But this Kayn is just so big, Mr. Grey on the Kayn. So scary this game. Such a good game to play Kayn, Red Kayn especially. Crab will probably go over. Yep, Crab does go over the Zwang, so that's nice for them. Although, look at that poke from the Vel'Koz. Arena just taking down to half health straight away. And because of that, they're going to get very late resets off. And the Malphite got to flash out the Rel actually. I don't know about that one. Darcy. That's a huge cooldown to burn. Dandy lands the stun onto Ashe. Ashe is going to get cold as well. Evolve is still alive though, but here comes Nasus. Nasus is going to stack her. Mr. Grey's half health. Can they deal with this Kayn? This Kayn is going to get taken down, I believe. Yeah, Kayn does go down. Immerse God is now free on this Nasus to hit. And look at that. Dandy is going to kill this Vel'Koz as well. Kayn goes down, shut down to the Lucian. And Dandy takes out the Vel'Koz. That's a huge fight from Zwang. And all of a sudden, the goat is exactly even and the mountain dragon goes over towards them. And this mountain is so huge, it has so much value with the tanky champions on their team. They have a Nasus, they have the Sunfire on the Sejuani, they have Rel. So this mountain adds instant value to their team composition. And it all started with Darcy getting a bit over eager to kill that support. And he didn't respect the fact that Arena had Locket as well. So the Locket saves Arena there, and her W also giving her a shield.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
And just like that, Zwang, we're back in it. It's a basically even game now, and what a hype last game to finish it off. Back and forward from both teams. And that was even flash burned as well by the Malphite. That being said, Mr. Grey is getting bigger and bigger the more farm he gets this game. So we have basically an even game. 2 dragons apiece, 200 gold, 300 gold only. So basically no difference. It is 50-50. And that was also a very nice stun there by Dandy onto the Ashe. And they were able to chain it well with the culling from Samet to follow it up. Mr. Grey gonna take the red buff for himself. None of that for the ADC. I suppose Ashe kind of has like a inbuilt red buff with her slow. But the damage would be nice to spread with her Runons, but I suppose not. And now both teams kind of just waiting for the next dragon, I suppose, and let's see if any of them overextend or overstep. You can see the power of the Nasus in that team fight though. And oh, Kip QX says hello. Slides over the wall there. And both teams kind of just farming, kind of just bouncing waves. Dandy probably cannot fight this Shen. And you can see Mr. Grey's hovering on bot side. Camera kind of trolling, but looks like nothing happens. And Swang are kind of splitting farm and XP, but I think that Immerse can't really go top on his own, because he would not feel safe enough there. So it's fair enough. And as we kind of just, this is just the awkward part of the game where we're just waiting for the next dragon to spawn. So, last team fight went in favor of Zwang. Partly due to a misstep from Darcy on the Malphite, but also due to a nice catch from Dandy onto a Evolve. And at the end of it, we are still even in gold and waiting for this next dragon. And there, the pings are going down. 1 minute for the dragon. Both teams want to be here early. And you can see teams, both of them, resetting a little bit late, I would say. Especially from the Lucian and Ro, but oh no, they're all resetting now. I would say a little bit late from both teams. But if they both reset late, then they will both be there, I suppose, at the same time. Then it won't matter. But generally you want to be at the dragon about 30 seconds before it spawns, so that you can secure vision. But it looks like, just due to how the map is shaped for red team, it seems that Zwang are going to get there first and they're going to have river control, which is quite big for them, because they will be able to spot this Malphite on flanks. Although there is a nice ward. Dandy, looking for an engage, is going to back off. And now both teams are in the river. And Arena gonna go in huge stun there. Very big engage there by Arena. But there wasn't that much follow-up towards it. The Malphite goes in and gets taken out. Mr. Grey is in the middle. Look at that healing from the Kane. Mr. Grey is still alive. And there was a big Shen ult as well. It looks like Lucian was able to chase him down and take him out at the side. But the Kane brought so much time there. And Samus is still alive, but are they going to chase him down? They don't have to though. They just go towards that dragon. What a close fight there. It looked bad. It looked very bad for Goon Squad at first. The Malphite got taken down on his own. And it looked like Mr. Grey got so low there. But then you just see that Gore Drinker pop. And he is basically just full health again. And Dragon now. What a back and forward game. Third Dragon goes towards Goon Squad. What an intense final game here of this series. And now, this Lucian is getting fairly strong now. And you know, I do have to say Lucian doesn't fall off as hard into the composition of Goon Squad. Because he has plenty of targets to hit, right? He has the Kane, he has Shen, he has Malphite to hit. And the Ashe doesn't outrange him completely compared to like a Jinx. Ashe is a lot less safe than a Jinx. Because Ashe has no mobility at all, where Jinx just needs to get one assist or kill to be able to just zoom away from this Lucian. Where Ashe, Lucian can actually dash in and get enraged instantly. So Samus is quite strong on this Lucian. Has the Kraken Slayer, will be able to shred through Malphite and Kane. Dandy looking, but nothing's gonna come of it. Red buff gonna be given to the Ashe this time. And Ashe does have the LDR picked up. I would definitely like to see an LDR picked up now for Samus. And Dandy going in. Doesn't really do enough damage right now. So both teams kind of waiting for the next dragon again. Just shoving out side lanes. Both teams playing very risk adverse, which makes sense in the final game of a best of 3 match. So both teams kind of looking for Baron control. Surprised no team has really gone for the Baron yet. Or like even just using the Baron to bait out the other team into walking into it. So Immerse walking towards top lane. And not much really happening. Dandy kills the ward. Not much to comment on right now. Shen's gonna pick up that Randuin's, which is quite big against Nasus. We'll be able to slow him, reduce his AD a little bit. And you know, Meerkat has been quietly putting in a lot of damage in these team fights.
Red team's turret has been
He's got the Leandries, he's got the Horizon Focus ready. So he is pouring up quite a bit of damage if he's left unattended. And that fight, I think Dandy wasn't able to get onto him. He is still very vulnerable without the Zhonya's though. Baron gonna hit Kip, a little bit awkward. He is gonna get the pink in the end. Are they just gonna start it? Okay, Zwang are gonna start the Baron here. Interesting call. I don't know about this one. And yeah, they do realize and leave it. And looks like they're just gonna try to reset for this Mountain Dragon. I believe they should reset now. But choosing not to, they're gonna go mid instead. So you can see Zwang grouping together, looking to get vision control of the river, which is very important. And looks like they're gonna go for a death push, and no, it gets spotted by the Ashy. Huge rally from that Ashy right there. And oh, some little poke onto the Sejuani by Mr. Grey. And Dandy gonna go and get a triple stun. Is gonna, but you can see that Shen ult is so big. And that's the Shen buff coming in. Look at that shield, that was massive, but still, that was a big play by Dandy. Did have to burn ult, but you can see that ult cooldown on the side there. That little circle, they can just wait for that Echo ult to come back up. Rank 3 Echo ult does not have much cooldown at all, but no, Darcy's gonna come in. He's gonna hit the Echo. Dandy is gonna go down. No, he's gonna Zhonya's. Arena gets taken out. You can see Samet. No, he's splashed into the middle of the team fight, unfortunately, and he gets taken out there. And they're just gonna chase down the Sejuani now, and that's gonna be Mountain Soul picked up by Goon Squad. So right now it's a big swing to Goon Squad. They're probably gonna pick up Baron as well. And you'd have to say Zwang probably started that unnecessarily. They didn't have to hit that dragon to start it up. They should have just maybe waited for the Echo ult, although I don't know if it would have made much difference that fight. And this Baron is gonna go down now. Both Sunfire Capes doing big damage as well. And you have to say maybe Sameth got a bit too eager that fight. He did E and flash it in basically to the middle of Goon Squad's team. Maybe could have played it a bit more calmly, a bit more patiently and front to back. But Dandy had almost the game-winning team fight there. With that 3-man stun, but that Shen ult saving the Ashe there. And now, odds are definitely stacked against Zwang now. With Baron, with the Mountain Soul. This Kayn is, if you thought it was unkillable before, he is definitely unkillable now. And Mountain Soul with Malphite Shen, Kayn. That is pretty disgusting. And even on the Ashe and Vel'Koz, it gives them that tiny bit of shield to survive the initial Echo Burst. So I don't know, it is a rough game if you are Zwang. And Arena going for a Desperation Engage. They're only going to get the Kayn, but it really doesn't matter. He doesn't take any damage if you can see. His health bar is not moving. Mr. Grey gets Shen ulted, is going to go in. The Shen is going to go down. Mr. Grey is still full health basically. Immerse gonna follow. And Dandy is gonna get A-clicked. No, he flashes out. He does just escape. And they didn't even have the Malphite for that fight.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
But Mr. Grey is just unkillable, and the ult is gonna go down onto Sejuani. You know, just to show him who's boss. I'm the superior tank, Darcy says. So he slams his face into the Sejuani there. And this Kayn, Mr. Grey, is just having a field day this game. He is really unkillable. A nice stun by Dandy again to set it up. Mr. Grey does get kind of low. Mr. Grey gets taken out actually. But in return, they do get the Rel as well. And however, they have to be a bit careful. They can slow chase this, but no, the Vel'Koz disengage is too good, and Kipkirex almost goes down actually to the Vel'Koz. And yeah, Goon Squad have been playing these last two team fights. They played it really well. Very patient on their front to backs. So, if you're Zwang, I think you just have to hope that they flip the Elder Dragon fight and you somehow steal it. That's probably the main way to get back into this game and the only way to get back into this game. And you can see pings going down now. But if you're Goon Squad, Goon Squad probably are not gonna let Zwang even enter their jungle. They're probably gonna deny the vision of bot side, and it's gonna be so hard for Zwang to handle and to even walk into. So not much that Zwang can do to contest mid priority. They are able to just get it for free, Goon Squad. So eyes will be on this dragon fight, this Elder Dragon, coming up in less than 2 minutes. And I have been really impressed with both teams though. No one has just gotten randomly caught out, right? A lot of the times in these semester, like these uni type rumbles, you just see games decided by people getting caught out, but no one has really gone caught out. So both teams macro, like really impressive honestly. Games have been decided as they should be around dragon fights. So both teams should give themselves a pat on the back after this series. It's been very impressive and very fun to watch. So now it all comes to this Elder fight. Odds are definitely heavily stacked towards Goon Squad with that soul. But we'll have to see, you never know. Anything can happen. Goon Squad are gonna choose to try to camp a bush. They have insane engaged potential with Malphite. And they have full vision on this. This is very scary to walk into, and the Vel'Koz ult is gonna come out instantly. Kip QX gets low, but he doesn't get taken out, which is the main thing. But I don't think he has enough time to reset, and look at this, Sweaty Jeans is just split pushing on the Shen. There's nothing that Zwang can do to answer this. And they're gonna start up the Elder at the same time. Very beautiful macro play by Goon Squad. And Elder is just gonna go down. Dandy is gonna go in desperation, but he's gonna get CC locked. Elder goes down. Kip QX attempts to steal it. Good try there by him. Sameth though one-shots the Vel'Koz. Maybe he can do something. No, the Elder is too strong. And everyone's gonna explode. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Goon Squad taking a very close last game to the series. And it's going to be a 2-1 victory for Goon Squad. So Zwang are going to get knocked down into the losers bracket.
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
And Goon Squad are going to advance to the semis. But honestly, a very good series, very fun series to cast from both teams. Very close games overall. And yeah, like I said, the games were not decided by people getting randomly caught. They were decided over very structured team fights at the Dragon. So that was very beautiful to see for a last game. So congrats to both teams. Very well played. And yeah, congrats especially to Goon Squad for making it through. So let's take a quick look at the damage charts here. And wow, you can see this Vel'Koz quietly putting in a lot of work there. So nicely done by Meerkat there. And it was a 50-50 in the end for the Elder, but in the end, yeah, Goon Squad, that Mountain Soul was too much of a difference there. So congrats to Goon Squad. Tomorrow we will have 2 more games at 1 and 4 as well. So be sure to join in on the stream tomorrow to see. I believe it will be. Let me see if I get the brackets up properly. Yeah, so tomorrow it will be ZMS at 1 versus Doinby, Rise Hack, etc. And at 4 p.m. it will be the Salty Boys returning, the reigning champions from last season, against Well Play Yee Yee, joking Bows fans basically, right? So be sure to tune into tomorrow's streams. Again, a very nice series by Zwang and Goon Squad. And unfortunately for Zwang, they'll be knocked down to the losers bracket, but they will have chances to fight for third place and show themselves more in the future. So, yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed the cast, and we'll see you tomorrow.